everyone. Oh my goodness, this is so loud.
It's very loud. Yeah.
Hi, so nice to see this wonderful crowd that we have here. Can you put your hands up if you can hear me? Because I can hear myself. I can hear you. Hear me? You can hear.
Some people I see, you all have headphones. Some people I see they don't have headphones. You should grab headphones.
Yes. So, okay, considering it's the first panel and it's still, well, relatively early morning, who went out yesterday? Put your hands up. Okay. One person went out only. You kind of went out. Okay. Are we still feeling alive? We're still in good? Yeah, can we have a little bit, I don't know, the sound or a little bit of a... Okay. There is some live going on here. But a little bit,
Good.
yes.
Yeah.
People that are standing there, please come ahead. We'll start
Yeah.
with a fantastic session in just a second. We're going to be your co-hosts, so as I was mentioning, please do sit in this spotlight stage until we leave, because it's going to be fantastic, not because of us, because of the wonderful speakers that we have.
Excellent.
My name is JJ. This is my co-host, Robert.
Hi, I'm Robert.
And shall we introduce our first wonderful speakers?
Yes, let's do that. Excellent speaker. So we'll have an interesting panel about one Latvian company that's a decade-old company that's innovating, trying to do things differently. And we'll talk a little bit about what's happening, how they do it, and what they do. So I want to welcome on the stage Ivar Svilants, who is the head of data service development at Nacionālā Informācijas aģentūra LETA.
Please give a round of applause. A little bit more live. We appreciate live.
Ivars.
Hi.
Please take a seat.
Take a seat.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Excellent, thanks, Ivar. So the next speaker we have is Talvalds Silnieks. He's the head of marketing at Latvijas Finers. Please give her a round of applause for Talvalds. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Leah, yeah?
Oh yeah, I'll get my bag, goodie bag.
Okay. And you, Talvalds disappeared, but for good reason. Yes. The first question, who came here to see what the hell the century-old company can tell you about innovation? Okay, good. 4 persons. Good, very, very good. And I have, it's not the present, please return, but I will start to show you some good examples. And we'll talk about wood, most boring thing in the world, but you can.
Well, I disagree, but you carry on.
Yeah. And this is a plywood, but most interesting thing is here, and this is oleogel. Oh no, it's not this. It's a cocaine. Oh no, sorry, it's a bad joke. Here is a oleogel. It's the base for many cosmetological things. You can. I will show from myself first. Yes, you can. You can try it and put on your. Who are very courageous. You've seen it. And the second thing that I can give you can see. And ciao. And yeah, a lot of good things. And why we doing this? And I will start asking Talvaldis how to change culture in more than 100 years old wood company to people to start to innovate. But firstly, maybe short introduction about this this small oleogel.
Well, yeah, actually, there are quite a few things circulating around. So let's start. Latvijas Finers is a birch plywood manufacturing company. So in the intro was, what's common with the birch plywood manufacturer and the cosmetics industry. And it's part of innovation. So we produce plywood, but there are quite a few things which are side products. Not everything that is made into the plywood, actually there are like a birch bark or branches of the tree that have very multiple applications. So to answer your question, how to change the 100-year-old mentality into innovations, it's into the company's values actually, and if there are the right motivational aspects in the company, people themselves actually start to innovate. And it doesn't mean if you are part of research and development team or CEO or just somebody who's working at a random workstation. At our company, there are lots of motivational incentives that actually make you innovate all the time. And these products here, like you see transparent wood or oleo gel that's for cosmetics, it's also part of...
It's a plywood.
It's a plywood,
It's
exactly.
a transparent plywood.
Yeah, so, it's not just for the sake of innovating.
Yeah.
There are two types or different ways of why and how we innovate, but
Yeah, but about these incentives, and probably for people who are sitting here and probably starting their businesses, it's a little bit different situation. Maybe just who have company older than 5 years, few persons, and your company have history from
1873.
1873. It's a little bit different, and of course it's a very traditional industry.
Yeah.
But this motivation, is it a monetary motivation? Is it you said values, and I'm always a little bit
Some people are
careful.
skeptical. Oh, yeah, skeptical or careful. But one thing is that, first of all, many people or employees at our company, they are shareholders. So
Okay.
therefore, they don't think that we are making money for that guy or that guy. We are making money for ourselves, and we are trying to develop our company. So that's, I think, one of the key things. But not only. The other thing is that, for instance, we are a lot of internal incentives. Like we have Idea Lab internally in a company where people submit their ideas how to improve cooperation between different departments. Or Kaizen incentive. Kaizen is when you see certain failures or certain things that you can improve yourselves, and then you submit, and those people who submit these Kaizen ideas, we have an internal commission, and they evaluate these ideas, and then people actually get rewarded. They get addition to their salary for trying to come up with some ideas. So therefore, actually there is, in a way, internal competition who will get more out of innovating things.
Mm-hmm. But I know about this oligo. Again, this process is more than 10, or maybe even 15 years.
Exactly, yes.
And how to deal with a so long view?
Yeah, so many of you, I hope that most of you or all of you have been in the forest, and you know what the birch tree looks like. So the birch tree have very peculiar bark. And when the tree falls down, you also maybe have noticed that sometimes you walk in the forest, the tree has fallen down, and then you step on it, and all the middle of the tree pulp is rotten, but the actual skin or the bark remains whole. So then the scientists started to ask the questions, why? What's the reason? And then the other thing is, in olden days when people didn't have fridge, they used to store food like butter or curd in birch bark vessels, or in Latvia we call ciba. We have a special name for it. And then the question was, why? What's the reason? And the olden days, people didn't know. They just knew, well, it preserves longer our food. But then, together with the Latvian State Institute of Wood Chemistry, our company started to research, because we make plywood from the birch tree, and the bark was used to create energy, to burn for our internal use. But then, why do we need to burn something that maybe has some potential in it, some value? So when the research started, nobody actually knew, where we're going to go with it, but the main thing was to find out what's inside and how to use it. What are the benefits? So in the end, we discovered that there are quite a lot of things like betulin, betulinic acid, lupeol, and they have a lot of good things that actually are very useful for the cosmetics or pharmaceutical industry, like cell regenerative or anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, etc. Many things. And the next thing is, okay, that we know that there is this substance, and then we need to somehow market it into these areas.
But in many cases, how far I understand, you start the process, you don't know the end user who will use this product. It's a little bit risky.
Well, sometimes well, let's say there is a gist, you know, you can't just, but for instance, in this case, yes, it's kind of a, we say that there are disruptive ideas, and then there are those ideas that actually improve everyday life. So in a way, this one is a disruptive idea because something that we used to burn actually has more value than our core product. If you like measure in terms of, I don't know, cubic meters or cost per, I don't know, liter or weight. But the thing is, you cannot make one product, you cannot make betulin from the birch bark if you don't produce the plywood. So in a way, it's a side stream product.
Okay.
And then when you start researching it, then you say, okay, these specific features can possibly go in those specific industries without really knowing how and when and you know what will be the product, but we know that there is some potential. So well, it took 15 years to research that, and then when we started to some cooperation with cosmetics companies and dermatologists to understand what would be the right consistency or formulation of the product that go into the cosmetics, then we had to actually rework, you know, because we started with a betulin, and then we understood that actually now it's a birch bark extract that actually works in the specific industry.
And you mentioned this disruptive ideas and this we call it modification, innovation, and of course we know that this disruptive good idea maybe comes one per 10 or maybe 20 years, but how about this, and which creates more value, this big ideas, disruptive ideas, or this improving of processes? What can the audience can take from your experience?
Well, in our case, disruptive ideas can't come very often. So therefore, our experience saying that, oh, definitely disruptive, probably no. The more small improvements on everyday processes or improvements for the specific products, those make the main difference. Because we don't, let's say, when you look at the product, a simple product like a plywood, it's not maybe that simple like as it appears, because each specific industry, like I mentioned, 28 different industries that buy plywood, they each have specific need requirement regarding the fire, smoke, or strength resistance, or bending, or many other things, or maybe the glue type that goes inside. So we work with those industries together. We don't kind of say, okay, we can paint the plywood yellow, let's go for it. No, it's actually comes, there's one thing that is this pull effect from the industry that actually has some specific needs and requirements, and we try to work with their R&D together. And then there are others that actually we figure out, okay, this is our innovation, and let's try to sell it to a specific market. And it actually works both ways, but we constantly keep spare resources for innovation constantly, and also not only the human resources, time resources, but also money that we dedicate for this.
Okay. Is there some difference between if you see the end user or retail user, or the second mindset is if you are in the middle, you are client for the client? Are there some differences?
Well, of course, let's say all of you here in the audience, you know, you're creating something, whether it's, I don't know, IT technology or some product, and they are designed for a specific customer. But especially in our case, we are we are building components for the specific industry. And very basic example. If you look at the European streets, you have these cargo lorries that pull the goods from one end of the Europe to another, and they have a floor inside, and this floor is made from the plywood. You may not notice, and maybe even this stage is made from plywood. So we innovate, or we make product kind of for the transportation company, but that transportation company sells it to the logistics company. And we are not simply thinking about our customer, but we're thinking about the customer's customer. So maybe one company requires very slippery floors, maybe other requires very heavy duty for, I don't know, transporting steel materials and anti-slip floor. So therefore, we really need to look two or maybe sometimes 3 steps ahead of our customer and try to make our customer kind of more competitive in comparison to their competition.
Okay. So you sell to one company, but research you must do to end user.
End users, yes.
End user, how they're using this. And yeah, one interesting example, and then who have this plywood piece, there's a written on this LNG tankers. Maybe that's the one interesting idea. What is inside the LNG ship, liquid natural gas ship? Why there's a plywood inside?
Okay, so if you imagine a ship, it's like a big hull, or it's like a thermos or flask where you actually put inside the liquid, and the temperature inside is different from what is on the exterior. So once you compress the gas, when it becomes liquefied natural gas, the temperature actually reduces to minus 170 or something like this. Don't remember exactly, but it's minus something very big. So that means you need to protect the ship hull from freezing. So there is an insulation, and the part of this insulation is plywood. It goes from both sides of this insulation. And the reason they use plywood is because most materials in such a low temperature, they either become very rigid, they can crack, or they reduce in the size. And the birch plywood is a very unique material that actually is not affected by these low temperatures. So therefore, the birch plywood actually is kind of from both sides of the insulation. One layer goes against the ship, and the other one goes inside, actually where the gas is. But there is still a steel frame inside, but actually the birch actually is in the contact with minus 170 degrees.
But in this case, the shipping companies come to industry and say that we need wooden part, plywood, or what was the process? How, and maybe the question is how for the audience, how to make mindsets, how to see possibilities. What is your experience? How to understand, because it's not a very logical way to see plywood, LNG tankers.
Yeah, well. Every single company that manufactures something, they do material science and try to understand, what works best for their product, and it takes, sometimes years to understand, what is the best product application. So once the companies, they decide, okay, they test many materials, they understand, okay, birch plywood would be the one, then. Historically, I know some Finnish companies have actually used these, but our role actually to get into these big industries is also constant product development. And once we improve the product and we try to prove to that industry that we can remain the consistency in the quality, then actually you need to get past various certifications so that you can actually be. It doesn't mean that once you make birch plywood, you can sell to LNG tankers. You have to have consistent quality. But actually, that comes from that specific industry that says, okay, we need this type of product. Can you produce it? And we say yes.
And yeah, one thing that I trying to summarize our discussion is probably in your industries too, there are some side products or something like that. Probably you're programming something for somebody, and then you have some good ideas, and to catch those ideas and probably to become the more valuable business. And yeah, what is maybe you can open some different ideas or some directions. Of course, what you want to open. What is ideas inside your company currently, or is it business
Well,
secrets?
no. Well, one of the main things is that it's good that there are lots of different technologies that help our businesses to improve IT systems, artificial. We use quite a lot artificial intelligence, for instance, in product sorting, and to make our job more efficient. But the thing is that for instance, all of you here, we are sitting on a piece of furniture. We are wearing clothes. None of us here is naked. So therefore, everything that is around here is being manufactured and produced somewhere. And if we look into the future, we want to have products more sustainable. And if the products like products made out of wood, they are sustainable because they can regrow. Our company plants more than like 1 million trees a year. So that means that looking into the future, we want to say that there is a part of forest that should remain for leisure. There is a part of forest that should be totally protected, so that it's for the green books to protect, or red books. And there is a part that should be used similar like agricultural land for generating more products and more taxes for the government or for our own use. So that's our main concern, and it's not really about the product development or innovation. It's about thinking long term and in terms of sustainability.
Long-term thinking. Okay, we have 10 seconds left, and then applauses to Tālivaldis Silnieks, Latvijas Finieris, and
thank you.
Yeah, last thing, think big, do small, but start doing things.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And if I could have the sample somewhere collected around here, so that would be excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, careful. Careful. Yep. Yeah, all good to go. So, hello everyone. Now we have full room pretty much. We're going to be doing something that is very exciting, and I see more people coming in, so we're going to be doing reverse pitching. Before I explain the obvious what reverse pitching is, how many of you are startups that are currently fundraising? Raise your hands. Okay, just a couple. Interesting. But maybe some of you will change your mind and fundraise a little bit more after you hear the VCs pitching. So essentially, reverse pitching is exactly what it is. It's not the startups pitching to VCs. It's VC representatives trying to pitch what they do, how they do, what they're looking for in a startup, as well as what they can offer to you guys. We do have a very distinguished jury with us here, and my co-founder.
I'll be the co-founder for today.
We will also raise some money after
we'll
this.
raise. Yeah, sure.
We'll explain to you a little bit the logistics as well as what to expect.
Yeah, so there will be 3 minutes time for the VC representative to come here and pitch. After that 3 minutes, the jury, the wonderful jury, will have 1 minute time to ask questions. So that's about it. So I think we're ready to get them to introduce the jury. Yeah, let's go. So first of all, we have a wonderful founder, a serial founder actually, Egi Gājum, who is a co-founder of NG-Cell. So
do you give a round of applause? She might not hear you, but still give a round of applause.
So maybe I'll give the floor. Egi, can you introduce yourself in a few seconds?
Does it work?
No, it's not on, I think.
It is on.
It is?
Yes?
Do you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
we can.
yeah,
Ah,
now,
okay.
yeah.
Hi, yeah. So once again, my name is Egia. I'm a co-founder of NGSL, which is now an energy company. But previously, you may know a company called OX Drive, which was a Tesla car sharing. So I was the founder of that, and then we sold it and merged with the Car Guru. And now I'm here with energy. So if you have any questions about energy, please welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. The next, we have Martin Bertushkins. He is co-founder of Monetizer, a wonderful person and excellent startup. Martin.
Hey everyone, so yeah, my name is Martins. I'm a founder of a company called Monetizer. We operate in the media, advertising, gaming space, so if any one of you want to chat about any of those things, happy to do that. And yeah, I'm super excited about all the wonderful investors that are going to pitch, and good luck to them.
Please give a round of applause.
The next, we have Vitalis Silinš-Ozers, who is the co-founder of Conversake. Vitalis.
Hey everyone, I'm Vitalis, and we are building Conversake, voice AI for debt collections. And I'm 20 years in software engineering, so I'll be looking at how they manage infrastructure, and all the questions what they ask us, we'll ask them.
Well, the roles are
Excellent.
reversed.
Excellent, excellent. So first on the stage, just to remind you, have 3 minutes pitch time. So first on the stage, I want to welcome VC in Venture.
You guys, a little bit more life, a little bit more life.
Very scared of this jury. I see you're all fired up, so I'm looking forward to providing some entertainment. I always think it's the most fun thing ever when VCs pitch to founders with like probably one of the least differentiated products in the world. But yeah, I'm Magda. I left the Baltics a year ago to build the next generation of Inventure. I believe that one of the most impactful ways to make a difference is through science, technology, and entrepreneurship. And I want to enable founders that do that at much earlier stages than I've been able to do so in the past. At Inventure, we are currently 6 investors. Sophie from my team, you maybe met yesterday. She was running around here and having a lot of meetings. We're investing from a 150 million fund. So for pre-seed and seed investors, that puts us in a great position to lead rounds. That is something that we see that founders want. They want an investor that can actually come in with conviction and lead an investment, and of course enable space for specialist funds or for focus funds in any different ways. And we're focused on Nordics and Baltics, not because it's the biggest region in the world, but it is one of the most talent-dense regions in the world. And especially in the last years, having spent 10 years in London, still based in London, really excited about focusing a lot more on my home markets and be able to do that more focused. Historically, as a fund, we're most well known as an early vault investor. Here in Latvia, we backed Roland's company Nordigan that was sold to Go Kartas. So we have some local connections, but we're looking for more. More recently, we invested into Reorbit. They raised the largest Series A out of Finland of 45 million. And Lassi, a Swedish company in pet health and insurance, that raised a 75 million Series C. And what we care about is simple in a way. We believe that a handful of people can accelerate humanity, and those are the people that we want to find and back at the very early stages. We are people and founders first ahead of business, so we're fine with investing in companies that don't have any traction and that don't have any proof points if we think there is a strong enough why from the founders. And that is, of course, a judgment, and we make a lot of mistakes every day, and there are lots of great companies and founders that I have passed on and that I will pass on in the future. Hopefully we get some of them right. That is just the basis of ventures. So to all the founders, never take anything personally if a VC says no to you. It's just a human's judgment. And yeah, I think I'm out of time now. So thank you very much. Ready for the question?
Yes, yes. So I did a two-pronged due diligence, which is 2 times more than usual investors do. So a question is that you wrote 200K check to Volt in 2015, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't, but Inventure did. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's now 2026, and your LinkedIn still starts with your Volt. So at what point does first investor in Volt transition from a track record into personality trait?
Good question. I think it takes a long time to build big companies. So you know, I can only answer for the time I've been at Inventure. I think, yeah, like of course, to reach big outcomes, there is a time lag, right? So you speak about the exits that you have. It takes usually up to 10 years for them to come through. But the more interesting companies are, of course, the companies that you've backed recently in the 12 to 24 months. They are the ones that you believe most in, right? Where your conviction is the highest. So personally, I'm very excited about the recent portfolio that we have, not just the old successes that build a legacy and a brand. And Inventure has changed a lot in the last year and a half. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, do we have time for questions? No.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. You can catch me later. I see you're fired up, so I'll be around. Corner me somewhere.
Thank you. Round of applause, everyone. Thanks.
So just take turns.
Okay, so our judges are judging. They're taking this very seriously. Please welcome on stage the next VC from Sandwater. Please give your warm welcome.
Hi everyone, I'm Retta from Sandwater, a Norwegian VC firm, and we fuel bold ideas that actually tackle our time's most important challenges. And briefly about Sandwater, so we're an Oslo and Stockholm-based VC firm, and our primary geographic focus is in the Nordics and Northern Europe. Our initial investments are from late seed to Series B, so we're a bit later stage. Typical initial ticket size from 2 million euro to 10 million euros. And we like to be part of rounds that are at least twice the size of the ticket size, so at least a round of 4 million euros to 5 million euros. We're targeting opportunities in resource efficiency, energy transition, and productivity and resilience, so we're actually a thematic investor. We're a really experienced team with operational, founder, tech, and active ownership backgrounds. So, for example, a lot of the partners from Sandwater, they have experience from energy sector, so a really experienced team regarding the thematics that we're actually investing in. Here's a bit more about our investment themes. So resource efficiency, especially looking into sustainable food systems, resilient ecosystems, for example. In productivity and resilience space, we're looking into robotics, productivity optimization, health tech is something that we're super excited about, and individual and societal security, which is obviously really important here in the Baltics and in Finland, where I'm originally from. The energy transition side, so for example, low carbon fuels, energy generation and storage, flexibility solutions, carbon capture and storage are topics that really interest us. Here's a company example. So we invested in 1X Technologies back in 2023. And yeah, a really cool humanoid robotics company, currently based in the Bay Area, but originally a Norwegian team building from Moss, which is like 1 hour outside of Oslo. Co-investors include OpenAI, NVIDIA, EQT, SoftBank, Tiger Global, Bezos Expeditions. And yeah, the value we bring for founders. For example, in the case of 1X Technologies, Sandwater was really crucial in getting, for example, EQT on board and other co-investors as well. So I think for founders, it's just really important to actually have an investor that has really good follow-on relations as well. My own background is also as an operator, so I used to work for Brella, which is the event app here. So I was the first employee there and building the company. So I have a lot of empathy for founders building. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your pitch. My question is, so can you tell me about a company that where things didn't go well, and when we call the founder for a reference check, how would they rate your performance from 1 to 10?
A company at Sandwater that hasn't gone well, for example, Evian, it went bankrupt earlier this year. But I still think, like, when calling for reference checks, founders do say that we're a really hands-on investor. So I think it's also due to our team dynamic that we have a lot of like operational background ourselves. So, for example, helping with the governance and follow-on funding, and we really like to be there, like through the tough times as well. So I think most of the cases that haven't gone well, we've really been there until the end or the challenges, and the cold reality of this industry is that not all.
Sorry,
everything
we're
works
out
out.
of time. 1 to 10?
Sorry?
1 to 10?
So how would founders
Yeah.
rate us? I would say 9.
Okay, nice. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you. Thank you to Sandwater. Great question. I really like that. So the next VC we have is Project A. Project A, please come on the stage. Round of applause, everyone. Come on. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Hey, Mika here, originally from Slovenia. Joined Project A last year. Been part of the investment team. As you can see, we're 14 people there in the pictures. We are originally a German fund. Funnily enough, we're originally from Berlin, having now offices in Munich and London as well. Have been on the market, I would say, for 14, 15 years. We started more in the e-commerce investing and now become a generalist investor. We have just launched a new fund last year that has 325 million. And we've been investing in, I think, in the last 14 years in more than 150 companies. With the last fund, we want to invest in the next tech companies of Europe that bring some value to the Europe in one or the other way. We have identified 4 verticals for that. That's ranging from fintech, so we've invested in Trade Republic in Germany, to European resilience, which is not just defense, but also making Europe resilient in any other way you can imagine, from energy sovereignty to space sovereignty or robotic sovereignty. And lastly, we're also trying to double down on the European global supply chain. What there's an overarching topic is of course an AI, but we don't want to advertise it as such because I think you guys are already doing that well enough with every pitch. We are also having a studio department in Project A. As one of my colleagues already mentioned earlier, we are backing the founders. We're not backing the companies as such. And within that studio department, we try to match the founders. We try to support founders with ideas, with the knowledge that we have gotten on the market, and try to find them and direct them in the direction that they would like to go. It's a pull principle, so we like to say there's no strings attached. If a founder wants something for us, we try to provide that. We might not always be the best at it, but we try to do our best. So whenever a founder wants something from us, or if anyone from here wants something from me, please reach out. We're always welcome to connect you with other founders across the globe, or to just support you with any idea that you might have on top of your mind. Yeah, as I mentioned, that's also part of our studio, and maybe just the deals that we have done in the past, just some of them, we've invested in Trade Republic, we also invested in Sender, and lately we've also done some of the defense investments in Germany. Among those are Quantum Systems, that's supporting drones for Ukraine, as well as Stark. So thank you everyone. I think to be a bit shorter, open to any questions already.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Taking into account that you're also investing in energy, what is your expertise, for example, in energy? Do you have energy experts for how long they have worked in energy? So what background do you bring to the table?
Yeah, that's good. Actually, we have three. I'm also among those. I'm a mechanical engineer. So we are not really energy experts, but what we try to do, we try to basically partner with any energy experts from the industry. So when we make an investment decision, we try to base that with any of the experts that actually has a better knowledge than ourselves. So our initial point is always, we don't know anything about the industry, so let's actually talk with the experts that are better than us.
Isn't it the case that those experts, for example, are competitors of the new founder, so they will actually tell you not to invest?
No, they're not usually the competitors. I would say they're oftentimes also clients of these founders. So I think if you're talking to a client, that's basically a best validation you can get for a potential investment.
Okay, thank you. Time is up.
Thank you very much.
Our jury is very vigilant. You know, when it comes to time's up, you have to go. That's probably, you know, you've been in that seat before. Okay, so the next VC that we have is from Iron Wolf Capital. Please, the floor is yours, and a little round of applause.
Hello, so my name is Žygimantas Usnys. I'm a founding partner at Iron Wolf Capital, and we are deep tech defense investors. Last year, we launched our second 100 million fund, and this fund is focusing on deep tech, defense, and AI. We invest from seed to Series A, usually as lead investors or co-investors, and geographically, we focus on the Baltics and other European countries. I would give you an example of one of our recent investments in UFOs. This company is develop and manufacture of a legendary Magura naval drone that was tested in a battle in Ukraine and currently being scaled to Europe. And this company recently reached 1 billion valuation. This is our team. It is based across the Baltics, London and Warsaw. And our network was built doing startups ourselves, not only funding them. The team includes former startup founders, people from the industry, from finance. And as a team, you know, we very much like to act as operators, not only as investors. We like to invest into the technical team that are creating solid technologies that may take longer time to develop. Could be years, not only months. And we also, you know, favor engineering over hype. When we're looking at teams, of course, you know, we are looking for big ambition, resilience, and also one that, you know, teams that we invest with, they would be aiming at global markets. When we invest, we stay involved. We help the founders when we talk to them with go-to-market, clients, introduction to clients, strategy. We normally support them on the board level, and we can also share our huge network across industry, governments, and follow on-round investors. So in summary, we built Iron Wolf Capital to support startups in Europe in deep tech, defense, and other frontier technologies that Europe really needs at the moment.
Thank you so much. I would like to talk about conflict of interest. How do you manage that? Viktoras, one of your partners, runs his own AI startup, while Kasparas chairs the Lithuanian Private Equity and Venture Capital Association that oversees your own industry. Can you comment on that?
I would start from Kasparas. So Kasparas was a chairman of Lithuanian VCA for 2 years, and he did really a great job promoting venture capital as an industry, you know, to Lithuanian government and different ministries. And he's not the chairman from the last week because the new board was, the former board was replaced. And yeah, Victoras, he's a founder of 2 startups. The first one was, quite famous, Viplan. Another is Genus AI, but he's not involved anymore in Genus. His brother Tadas is currently running Genus AI.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and then we will just go on a little break. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So thank you, Iron Wolf. So before I call on to the next VC that will pitch here, I want to share a little bit about the jury. So the jury is here. In those of you standing, there's few chairs on the front row. I know no one wants to come to the front row, but if you want to sit, there's still chairs here. There's some chairs there. So feel free. So something about the jury. So the jury does evaluation. They have some boards here in front of them. They rigorously make notes and stuff like that. So it's excellent. They're doing an excellent job, I saw. So they will have to make a decision and propose an award to one of the VCs that they think did amazing. All of them did amazing, but one of them excelled. So they'll have to present an award that will be presented by one of them. So what I want for you to understand, you have to make decision very fast. So when we finish, you'll have a couple of minutes to make a decision. So be ready, prepared to do that. So afterwards, I think we're ready for the next one. Everyone feels great, looks great. So let's call on the stage the next VC, Flashpoint VC. Please, a round of applause. Woo!
All right, hello. We actually rebranded to Flashpoint Capital as of about 2 weeks ago, so apologies for the name change. So at Flashpoint, we think of ourselves as a kind of global tech investor with a focus on backing founders from Central Eastern Europe and Israel. We invest across 3 different strategies broadly. We have a earlier stage VC, mid-stage venture debt line, and a later stage direct secondaries team. We have around 600 million assets under management, and we're spread basically all over the world. We've got offices in New York, UK, and all across the EU, of course. From my side, I'm part of the venture debt team, so that's kind of what I'm going to talk to you about today. I know it's a topic that, we've been around for over a decade now, but still is kind of maybe a new instrument compared to VC, which everyone understands quite well. So for us, we view venture debt as a kind of bridge for startups between early stage businesses and banks, who obviously kind of generally require kind of strong cash flow generation. That's what their kind of credit scoring models are set up. And we come in with more of a VC flexible mindset. So it's a 2-part structure. One part is a term loan similar to like a mortgage you might get on your house, usually like 3 to 5 years, and you can kind of see the terms behind me. And then the second part is a warrant, which is kind of an option for us to buy shares in the company in the future. And the reason we have that warrant, other than obviously economics, is as an alignment mechanism between founders and ourselves. So we are incentivized to see the company grow, and in that way we can be flexible as lenders as the business grows. I think we probably restructured 80–90% of the loans in our first fund, purely because restructuring might help the company grow faster, and we would benefit through the warrants. What do we look for in businesses? So I guess there's 2 paths now we see. Traditionally, venture debt is much more about backing companies that are VC-backed on that kind of path. Nowadays, obviously, with lower availability of capital in the market, we see a lot more companies pushing for profitability, becoming cash flow break even, and that has started to become a thesis for us as well. We're generally coming into startups that are making around 3 mil in annual revenue onwards. So we're perhaps a bit later stage than most of the other VCs here. But we're really looking for that kind of proven product market fit. And we're just taking the risk on the company scaling up and executing on the plan. Why take growth debt? Look, a long slide, lots of reasons. One is obviously kind of cost of capital versus equity. We're typically cheaper. Obviously, equity guys are looking to make a lot more capital. We're going to make like 1.3, 1.5x maybe if we're lucky. And then again, that flexibility is very important. I think one of the big new ones has been this M&A and asset financing. There's been a lot of roll-up stories recently in the market, and that's kind of become a thesis for us. And that's it. hopefully just about on time.
Perfect. You were right on time. Thanks so much, Tom. Question from my side. So you mentioned that. So like essentially, you come in at the scaling phase when the company has around $3+ million in ARR.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about an example of what happens when you when you do disagree with the founders of the direction of the company?
So directionally, I'd say we don't have that same impact as VCs, right? Where we typically take like a board observer seat, so we want to be part and active, but we're not going to be telling you how to run your business. That's like up to you. So I don't think I have like an example of us saying to a company, hey, you need to expand to Estonia, and then be like, no, we're going to go to Lithuania or whatever. Like it's not something that really comes up. Yeah, I guess like the only times, right, is when you get to the end of a business, and if things aren't going so well, then you have to like figure out how to be flexible. Instead, we've restructured most of the loans in our first fund. Sometimes that's been as a result of things not going so well, trying to give the founders some extra breathing room so that they can get to an exit. Often, like, you know, VCs investors will put in a few $100K, get you there. We have to be supportive as well, right? That's why you take venture debt, not bank debt.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Cheers, guys.
So sorry. Thank you. Yep. Okay, we have last but most definitely not least another VC. As my co-founder / co-host said, please the jury, make sure that you make all the notes. We'll have very limited time for you to make a decision. But you all work under pressure, so you know how it is. So yeah, as I mentioned, last but not least, Tilia Impact Ventures. Please, a little bit more life, a little bit more claps. Let's wrap this up.
So I look at a lot of decks, but I don't really make a lot of decks, so I apologize in advance for the ugly slides. I'm just really not that good at it. But my name is Jan, and I'm here to present Tilia Impact Ventures, so thank you for having me. I want to start by asking 3 questions. So with AI taking big chunks of the economy away, what jobs will our kids do in 20 years? Or, with the latest developments in tech, how can we move our healthcare systems from reactive ones to preventative ones and give people control over their health? Or lastly, with Gen AI basically unlocking disinformations and scams at scale, how can we effectively protect ourselves? And at Tilia, we're basically looking to meet founders who are not afraid to go after these really insanely difficult challenges and have the same ambition to turn it into global businesses. Our thesis is that CEE is a phenomenal breeding ground for impact talent. And you can just look at companies like Vinted, Preply, or DocPlanner, and you know that this is a great place to start a company and that the talent is here. It's undeniable. But we still think that the ecosystems are sometimes lagging a little bit. So just a couple of weeks back, I met a health tech founder from Czechia who just raised a massive Series A round, grew 3x just this year, and now he's doing like 30 million USD ARR. But when he tried to raise his first institutional money 6 years ago, all of the investors said no, because they didn't understand it, they didn't buy the vision, so he had to pack up his bags and go to the US, get the funding, and now he's back in Czechia, building the business from there, and it's a huge impact and financial success at the same time. So basically our ambition is to be the go-to impact fund in the CE, basically fill in this early stage gap, give you the first check, help you through the early stage problems, and then connect you to the wider ecosystem, be it in Europe or in the US. This is just some, I said, ugly slides, here you go. And we're just not talking about it, we are working on it very actively. We have made 20 investments, co-investing alongside top-tier VCs like Credo Ventures, Plural, SOSV, Nordic Ninja, Norgen, and others. But we understand that capital is not the only thing you need. You also need the network. So each year we're running this Summer of Impact edition, or Summer of Impact program, which basically over the summer we connect 200 startups from the CE, get them investment ready, and then bring them in front of 20 VCs from all around the world, and basically help them have this bridge to the wider ecosystems, not just CE, but the wider ecosystems. And so this is our team. I would say we're a team that's not afraid to get their hands dirty. So this is a photo from our last team workshop where we did a painting together. And yeah, we're Prague-based VC. If you are building something that has a clear mission, come talk to me and let's start building it here from CE. So thanks.
Thank you. It was a very great pitch. You showed the geography, so you're in part of Europe right now. Why Sequoia couldn't come in and just push you out and take all the best startups?
It's a great question, right? With AI nowadays, you can see all kinds of stuff happening. You see that someone puts a stealth founder on LinkedIn and you can immediately reach out. It's a great question. I still think that the CE is such a fragmented, kind of opaque market that I think our added value is that we go to Riga, we go to Romania, we do some karaoke with the local VCs, and we can really find their early stage founders when they're having the good idea and really help them to make the first step. I think for Sequoia it's hard to come in and understand the local context, what the founders maybe need. And yeah, that's our focus. So we want to help them make the first step and then connect them ideally to Sequoia. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause. Thank you, Telia Impact. Thanks. That's excellent. So right now, that was the last VC. So we had six total VCs. All the ones that were reverse pitching don't disappear. The jury now has 2-3 minutes to make.
Yeah, I'm with my phone not because I want to be rude, but actually just we need a timer, and
Yeah,
it's not going to be a timer here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we'll just do that. So we're giving you guys 3 minutes. 1 minute. One winner, yeah. One winner, 1 minute. Okay, 3 minutes. Let me just put the timer on. Okay, in the meantime, I would like to ask how did people like it, but it's going to be very difficult to try and get information out of them.
Yeah. But I think we can ask how many are now wanting to raise money after hearing this. There were a couple people. How many now? Okay.
You know what's funny? I think less people now want to fundraise somehow. Less people put their hands up.
That's true. But still, so. Yeah.
Yes, maybe let's remind which VCs have pitched so you could find them and you could try and pitch them. I know that, I'm Lithuanian myself. I know that we're not extremely proactive when it comes to people on stage asking you questions. So can we have the round of applause for all 6? We'll just have to get as much life out of you as possible. You'll get all your energy back because you're going to be going for lunch later today. So we had InVenture.
Round of applause. Thank you.
Sandwater. Feels like it's a pageant. We also had Project A.
So maybe we can evaluate based on how many.
We can't evaluate.
Okay,
we definitely can't. We're not in.
What are we doing?
We're not in that tax
Evaluating?
bracket to evaluate. Okay, then we had Iron Wolf Capital. Just for you to know, the beauty of being on stage and seeing all of you, I see who is not clapping. I will find you guys later. Then we had Flashpoint VC. And Telia Impact Ventures. Okay, and I'm looking at the jury who have 1 minute to go. They're very busy. I wonder what they're going to be saying. There's going to be a fabulous and fantastic prize for the VCs. So I hope all of them. I can't locate all of the VCs.
Yeah,
some of them already ran.
I think some
ran away.
Ran away. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
I think, but that's fine. I think some of them had to catch a flight, so that's fine. But those of you who are here, don't leave. Wait.
Just don't leave. We know who you are now, so do not leave. Okay, so we have 30 seconds before one of the juries, the distinguished juries, let me say that, will come on stage and give a fabulous present.
Yeah.
And this is very difficult to do on stage for 30 seconds because it feels like much longer because you can have to perform, but
But I think it was great. It was great pitches. I think all those VCs are winners, but the prize will be awarded only to one. But all of them are winners, and all of them did great. And I think everyone looks happy. So
Well, look at those faces.
Look at
Like,
those
yeah,
faces.
can
They
we
all
just
look
get over
happy.
and done with it, please? Okay, you guys. There's alarm going on. Yeah, you can hear it. I can hear it. Wonderful people, the jury. Can we have one of you? Or actually, no.
All
come
of you.
Three of you on
Yeah,
stage.
all of you,
But
please.
only one is allowed to talk.
yeah.
I'm just joking. Okay, come on. And do get the present. Yes, yes, that is the present.
Yeah, please. Come on the stage.
Please come on stage.
A
yes.
round of applause for the jury. While they come on the stage, they need some encouragement for the hard work. Yeah, thank you. So,
Thank you very much. This wasn't easy. It wasn't easy job. As you know, we had to judge really, really great and good VCs. We were told we have to choose one winner, but we chose also runner-up. We have a runner-up that we thought this person is charismatic. We really loved the presence on the stage, the personality, but this person won't be a winner. So to this person, we will say that please come back to us in a year. Maybe we will pick you then. Let's see the track record of yours in a year. And it is InVenture, the runner-up. Big round of applause.
All right. So, and then, obviously, everyone has been waiting for this moment for this whole time, right? First of all, it was very tough, but we have, after a very long and deep discussion of 3 minutes, we have decided that the best or the first place goes to a fund that is not only providing so much value and so much did such a good job in pitching, but also one of their unique value adds is that they invite you to karaoke. So the winner is Telia Impact Ventures. Congratulations, you did well.
Congratulations.
So we have this present for you, and please say a few words and maybe what's your favorite karaoke song?
The main lesson is invite your founders to karaoke. The song Frank Sinatra, My Way, for sure.
Perfect.
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you. So just
Thank
to
you.
confirm, the prize is a TechChill pillow, which is unique, very special, and also an investor's ticket to next TechChill. Congratulations.
Woo! Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
So don't disappear. I know some of you are standing up. Please sit down. We have
An announcement to make.
announcement.
We have been fired for making bad jokes and you guys not clapping enough. So now there's going to be someone else taking over, and we have Red Bull Basement National Finals. So please welcome on stage a person who can do a better job than we do.
Yeah, and alone. So a round of applause. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. My name is Christers, and I want to say good afternoon to you all, and welcome to Red Bull Basement Latvia 2026 Finals. It's a pleasure to have you all here as we celebrate innovation, creativity, and the power of student-led ideas. Red Bull Basement is about more than competition. It's about giving a platform to those who are shaping the future through technology and bold thinking. This year, we had 836 teams pitch their ideas, but only 10 teams have made it to the finals here today. So maybe let's give an applause to all the 10 teams that are here today. On this stage, our finalists will present solutions designed to tackle real-world challenges, each driven by passion, ingenuity, and a desire to make a difference. After all 10 teams have been presented, our judges will decide which ideas win Red Bull Basement Latvia 2026 and earns the chance to go to San Francisco, California to pitch their idea on a global stage and compete for $100,000 to bring their idea to life. Another applause, 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 applause. I want to introduce you to today's jury. The jury, when I name you, you can stand up, okay? Okay. So the first one is going to be Egia Gailuma. Egia Gailuma, applause for Egia. You already heard her insights before, so we'll get to hear them more. The next one is Elvis Strazdinch. Elvis Strazdinch, please stand up. Applause for Elvis. And the next one is going to be Laura Damba. Laura Damba, applause for Laura. And the last and not least, Miha Pavlovich. Stand up, please. Applause, applause. Nice. Before we get to the main course, I want to take a drink, so we have a lot of energy for this 1 hour, okay? Red Bull. So, we'll have the first team come up, but before they do, I want to ask you all a question. Don't you just hate it when you have made plans for the weekend? You see that the forecast is sunny, it's going to be a nice day, so you decide to maybe go for a walk in nature, or have a barbecue, or play some disc golf, right? But when the weekend comes, it's rainy. For us, that's just a small disappointment. But for others, that means big losses. So, please welcome Daniel Zhukovskis with his idea to help peat producers reduce those risks. Applause, applause, applause.
So, peat. Peat bog, peat field, producers harvest, pack and export, and then users use it for growing. For example, in 2024, Latvia harvested 1.5 million tons and became the biggest exporter in the world with over 2.2 million tons exported. But peat harvesting is strictly seasonal, from April to August, and then started 2025 season, when Latvia harvested 417,000 tons. It's a minus 72% production collapse from 1.5 million to 417,000 tons. It's a massive industry failure. Operations stopped, contracts were missed, and millions of euros were lost across more than 40 companies. But we cannot forget about employees, whose salary depends on harvested cubic meters. Latvia peat industry wants another state of emergency declared. 29 to 35% of planned harvest is only achieved, and 22 million euros and more industry losses expected. No harvest, no export, and no income into Latvia national economy. Industry problem is a global impact. Growers worldwide already feeling it through higher costs, lower predictability, and increasing production pressure. Suppliers cannot supply, so growers cannot grow. This is how should peat field needs to look like. But this is how it looked in 2025. After heavy rain, field needs at least 4 consistent dry days to get it done. But please, don't get me wrong. The problem is not the weather, it's decision making. Companies don't know when to act. And that's why we built a Harvex. Harvex is a real-time harvest decision system for peat producers that provides field-specific insights and 48 to 72-hour harvest windows. Producers don't need more data. They need one thing, the exact moment when to act. For example, harvest now, or maybe harvest tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And no more guess in this huge industry. Why this is different? Because we combine what others don't. Real-time ground moisture data with short-term weather forecasts will be analyzed with AI and including field-specific modeling. Before Harvex, producers lost harvest windows. Decisions were based on a guesswork on basic weather applications and lost 10 to 30,000 euros per week. But with Harvex, they will gain extra 2 to 5 harvest days per month, will be able to get stable production and make better decisions. We start in Latvia. By piloting with local producers, we will install the sensors into producer fields, and then we will do validation all the harvest season. It will cost 12,000 euros per setup and then 500 euros monthly to deploy and test in real conditions. We will measure the impact, and once it will be proven, then we will scale. We want to remove the risk first, and once it will be proven, producers will need to see the results. So, after proving the real results, these are the million-worth companies who are the leading exporters in the peat industry, and they all are based in Latvia. And what if I told you that each of these companies owns at least 4 peat fields? So, can you imagine the market in Latvia? But what if I told you that Baltics is the richest peatland area in the world, and we have the market right next to us? Once we will own the whole Baltics, the Canada, who's also a big industry player, will come to us. Being in the peat export market, communicating with the producers and with the end users, I see this as a real problem, and that's why I made a solution. This isn't just a one-year problem. This happens every year and also will happen in the future, but just last year exposed it. So, with Harvex, we will always be able to harvest more. My name is Daniel, and I'm the founder of Harvex. Thank you.
Are there any solutions already available, and are they being used by Latvian harvesters?
That's the thing, because everyone thought that this will not be a big problem. But last year, it showed that this is a really big problem, and now harvesting starts on April, but some companies have already started because they're scared what coming next. So they want to harvest as much as they could, but with the Harvex, we'll be able to provide the solution.
And how much will it cost to develop this solution?
Yeah, for this now, the system, and with engineers, with AI including, it will be like 12,000 euros per setup.
No, but to actually develop the whole solution, the system.
The system, this will be this 12,000 euros per setup, and then we will ask 500 euros monthly for like the application, the softwares, and that will be the monthly cost, including the AIs.
But you have to build it before you install it. How much, or is it already built?
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay, so how much time till you build it?
It will be approximately if we will start now, then it will be at least 5 months. We have to work with big engineers, and also we have to work with the sensor providers who will be like outsourced. We'll make the partnerships with them. We have already reached them, so it will be a big step forward.
Thank you for the presentation. Regarding data, so what data you will source and where will you take it from? Because I know that, for example, for solar forecasting models, everyone is taking the same source for data. So everyone in the end of the day is the same in the market. Is this something different, that you will also have the same source of the data, or you are creating something different?
That's the key point. We will create something different because we have to prove the results. Once we will prove the results, what we get, how big outcome we can get with the Harvex, we will prove, and these will be new results for the peat producers.
But how will you get the data?
We will get the data by harvested. So approximately the Harvex will show the date and how many we can. It's hard to explain. So I will be trying to. Producers will base like the basic situation, looking on the forecast apps. But once the program will show that we can harvest, they will think, oh, okay. In this case, if we want to do it on the old method, we will go. But if we will use the Harvex, we will be able to harvest more.
Yeah, then the last question. Thank you for the presentation. I think more people should go into the agriculture domain. I love that. I'm just wondering, like relating to the data, what is the correlation, between the weather data and the soil moisture? So I'm just wondering, couldn't you just, predict based on the short-term weather prognosis what's basically the moisture of the soil going to be in the future?
So there's the problem that in fields there are no soil moistures yet, because once the field is wet, the tractors with the high-value engines go into the field, and the field is like wet. It's a peat field, and the engines are drying down. So that's why it's really important to get the soil moisture of the field, so we can stabilize the engines and do not lose thousands of euros on this also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniels, and thank you, jury, for the questions. I just want to be nitpicky and say that you have 2 minutes only, okay? 2 minutes only for questions. So, we've all felt it, right? Delayed deliveries, empty shelves, things just not arriving on time. But behind the scenes, these issues often start as small hidden disruptions. So please welcome Daniels Vladimiros, who has an idea how to spot these early signs before they escalate. Applause, applause.
Hi everyone, my name is Daniels and I am information technology student from Jelgava, Latvia. So every year around 30% of food is wasted, and big part of this is because of food supply chain disruptions. And the biggest problem is that we humans can't see all the signals we can't see all the signals in the same time. So there is an example. In Europe last year, tomato prices doubled across Europe. It was because there was flood, and it caused the prices went doubled because most companies didn't see the. Oh, sorry. You hear me? Okay, sorry. Most companies didn't see the small signals which my early chain will see. So millions were lost because no one saw it coming. And today most companies react or make decisions only after the problems has already started. So, but these signals don't happen instantly. It starts with weather, then with logistic delays or problems, and then with shortages. And this is a conceptual prototype of my early chain program, which will predict these disruptions before they happen. So companies can act early and make decisions based on these based on these predictions. So here you see the small signals which my platform will analyze. Weather forecasts, satellite crop data, logistic flows, and market signals. And from these signals, the system makes predictions and actionable decisions. So here you can see a small example. All the data has been analyzed, and AI detects a high risk of disruption possible. So this is conceptual prototype how my platform will look. So platform gives high probability, and also the factors why this problem happened, and also in the right section you can see the suggestions what to do for the companies, so they can make early decisions. This also works for other supply chains like cold chains, where, for example, fish supply, where it's very important time and also the degrees of this food where it's delivered. It's very important to track all these signals. And my platform also will calculate if you do nothing, what happens, and if you do the decisions what my platform suggests, how much you earn and how much you lose. Yes, and this has a huge impact on business, as I mentioned. And for example, 20,000 tons food. If you reduce only 10%, then It's actually a very big number, 2,000 tons saved. And my vision is to predict, not react, and make global supply chain smarter, more resilient, and reduce waste with early chain. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a question. I'm guessing that this is sort of aimed at farmers. How would you promote this idea to them and
Sorry,
this platform?
can you please repeat?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so have you thought about how you would promote this to farmers and other users?
I will start with small, with one exact chain. It doesn't matter which, but I will prove that my method is actually good. So what I will do, I will take some historical data and simulate the result of prediction, and then which are these data, for example, 10 years ago happened, and now I will see if my result is the same as the event what happened, and I show the farmers and show how good is my product.
Yeah, basically you are speculating about the price of the food, because if you can predict disruption, then you can predict the price, and that's speculation. I'm not sure if I bet lots of people have tried to do this, right?
Yes, they are currently watching what is happening, but my system will take all these signals and predict what will happen. So most of the tools they are looking at what's happening now. So yeah.
So basically, I can invest in tomatoes if you predict that the price will go up and then sell them.
We don't predict like it will happen 100%. We just it's estimated probability, and if it's high, then I tell to my customers. The system tells, please, not please, but you can do these actions to prevent crisis or prevent losses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniels. Thank you. And thank you, jury, again. Thank you for the questions. Imagine running a huge fleet of airplanes and trying to plan how to plan maintenance for every single one. I have troubles with maintenance for my car, so I can't imagine how it would be if I had 1,000 planes to maintenance. But what if you had a digital platform that brings all the data together so you could make the best decision? Please welcome Erika Bittmanen and her idea MX Planner on the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start with a question. How many of you have ever experienced flight delays or even cancellations? That makes a lot of us. Now imagine if that delay wasn't caused by weather or something technical, but instead because someone missed a maintenance task in an Excel spreadsheet. Actually, that happens way more often than we might think. Critical maintenance items are lost in Excel-based platforms, and delays occur, and expensive mistakes happen. Today's aviation maintenance systems, they are outdated. They act as databases, they store the information, but they do not use it. So what happens next? Maintenance Planner is supposed to manually extract all the data, coordinate, and plan maintenance from the scratch. We have seen components costing 100 to 200,000 euros being replaced twice just because of planning mistakes. And that's where our solution comes in. MX Planner transforms maintenance planning from complicated manual process into a smart automated solution. And what makes it truly beautiful is this. It's not only made for maintenance planners, it's built for the entire maintenance ecosystem. MX Planner shows long-term, clean, visibly seen fleet overview for a long term ahead, not just month like previously. It can also plan engineers. They can assign them to tasks based on their availability and their qualification. That reduces idle time and improves team efficiency. It can also plan hangar space and facility usage. So there's no overbooking, no empty slots, and works are distributed evenly. It can make reports and give us insights. It shows risks, performance, and fleet overview, the data that is critical for companies to see. And that all leads to one key result: more aircrafts available to fly. Because airlines only make money if aircrafts are up in the sky, not sitting on the ground. MX Planner can do the work of multiple people. You can use one database, you can reduce human errors, and you can avoid very expensive mistakes. We are focusing on two main segments: business aviation and commercial aviation. Our initial focus is on small to mid-sized airlines, which means airlines up to 100 aircrafts in their fleet, based both in Europe and in the US. They are the companies that feel the pain of inefficient planning the most. They lack large internal systems, and they can adopt easier. That gives us a strong entry point, and we are able to scale up to larger operators later. Our business model is also simple and scalable. Software as a solution with a monthly fee of 400 euros per aircraft. This gives us predictable, recurring revenue. And a key financial factor is this. Our break-even point is just 89 aircrafts. That's less than a couple of mid-sized airlines or a handful of business operators. That allows us to become profitable early, sustain operations, and scale up as we grow. As aviation engineers, we feel the pain of current maintenance planning systems pushing back users to using Excel for the actual planning. And we have different backgrounds, so that helps us to see the overall picture and find the best solutions to the problems. Let me leave you with this. Every minute on the ground is lost revenue. Every mistake is an avoidable cost, and every delay impacts clients' trust. MX Planner not just ensures that aviation runs safely, but it gives our operations the predictability, efficiency, and profitability. Because in aviation, efficient planning isn't just an advantage, it's a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you, Erika, for the great presentation. And the problem seems really real. One thing I'm wondering about, how do you plan to get to the first customers? Because there's probably a lot of airlines in this world that you want to reach out to, and they're probably not the easiest customers to work with. So I'm wondering, how do you plan to start this process?
Yeah, that is a good question. I switched to business aviation a bit more than a year ago, so my current company would be a great first customer. We have more than 15 aircrafts in our fleet, and we are ready to take this program in. And also, working in aviation has opened many doors for us. We know a lot of people not only in Europe, but also Middle East and USA. And it was a surprise when we were talking to them, and turns out they are also using Excel for planning. And they are all looking for a solution to this, because it's just a lot of manual labor, and many mistakes can occur.
Thank you.
Is there any competition? Are there some other planning companies, startups out there that are trying to sell now to airlines?
No, currently there are none. Airlines use a lot of really expensive softwares, but those are databases. So there must be a person at the other end manually extracting the data, putting tasks together, trying to figure out when are we scheduling the maintenance, what tasks are we performing, when are we doing that. So currently, there is no bridge in between that.
So this is aviation, and the security there is on another level. So what about certification, compliance, and everything? Do you have it? When will you get it?
So currently, we are working on a prototype, but when we were looking at our finances, we included also the costs for many licenses, and we know that aviation, it's a really important and really secure industry. So security would be one of our top priorities, using secure servers, using access restrictions, etc.
Thank you, Erika. So, we all use a smartphone each and every day. We all unlock it a dozen times a day, right? Sometimes not even thinking about it. You just take your phone out and you open it. What if we could make this habit that we have into a moment where we could introduce micro-learning? Please welcome Władysław Sliedzewskis to the stage and his idea in turning every phone unlock into micro-learning.
Hello. Hi. Hi. Do you hear me? Yes. Okay. Good. I would like to start by asking a question. So, ask yourself, and I mean really do, how much better are you today than you were a week ago? And be precise. How many hours did you actually spend learning, reading books, improving your skills? You know, when I actually ask this question to people, I usually see shame in their eyes. Well, because they see the difference between their potential and reality. And usually, let's be honest, it's painful. Believe me, I know it myself. I'm a student and, well, learning is hard. It requires time, focus, motivation, effort, and people don't like these things at all. Especially nowadays, when this little thing in your pocket keeps you constantly busy, not in a good sense. So, on the other hand, nowadays is the best time ever to be and become a genius. Because in the web, you can actually find nowadays information about nearly everything. Nearly everything. Yes, yes. The main limitation today is not the lack of information itself. It's your own learning habits. So a few months ago, I had a really crazy idea. What if instead of fighting with my schedules, I could integrate learning directly into habits I already have, into habits you have as well? So I decided to do a very silly thing, to replace my phone lock screen password with the first row of periodic table. Guess what? It worked like hacking magic. Now I can completely recreate the first few rows of a periodic table, completely with atomic mass for every single element. And best part? Well, I spent 0 study sessions, 0 extra efforts, and I don't even need motivation because, well, you know, I kind of want to unlock my phone. So this simple life hack became an inspiration for Cognilog, a micro-learning app that provides an additional overlay lock screen on your phone, which basically acts as a learning playground. It's science-based. It utilizes different learning techniques like spaced repetition and active recall, which essentially allow you to efficiently learn every time you unlock your phone. Meet Qt, our inbuilt AI. So basically, you can feed it with PDFs, maybe books or your own notes. It will extract facts and based on them creates a personal learning plan just for you. It utilizes different types of flashcards, from multiple choice ones to the ones I like the most. Basically, it's direct input combined with AI feedback. I like them because they provide an opportunity for complex reasoning. It's fun, engaging, and the main thing, it works. I checked. I have a prototype. So, currently, no competitor actually integrates learning into your daily routine. So we are going to surprise them, and surprise them a lot. Because think for a moment. Who needs to open apps when your own lock screen is just one click away, right? I strongly believe that this competitive advantage will allow us to jump straight to the upper market of educational technology, which for a moment consists of tens, billions of dollars, and the growth of it is not going to stop anytime soon. We are going to utilize freemium model, where users can create their own flashcards manually with premium for AI functions. Cognilog is not an isolated system. It's a whole learning ecosystem. So we are going to have leaderboards, we are going to have friend lists, and finally, flashcard marketplace, where people are able to sell their own flashcards on any topic. Why now? Well, look around. It's all around. It's all about tech. So nowadays, the world is accelerating. Information compounds faster than any human can consume. Your advantage is no longer what you know, but how efficiently you learn. You don't need more time. You don't need more motivation and effort. You need a system that works every time, regardless. So welcome Cognilog and unlock knowledge every time. Thank you.
I love the use of AI in this. Really great presentation, thank you. Have you thought about parents being your target audience here? Because I think there are a lot of parents out there that really probably want to keep their kids off their screens.
That's not intended use of Cognilog. But maybe, who knows?
I have a question regarding safety. I love the presentation. I think it's a cool product. So is it still there going to be the second layer of safety? Because if someone takes my phone, he knows the right answer to the question, he gets into my phone.
OK, it's an overlay lock screen. It means it's above your own lock screen. So you first unlock this lock screen, and then you can unlock your own lock screen with PIN or biometrics on whatever you have.
OK, perfect.
So I don't care you win or not, but where can I get it? If not now, when I need it?
You can ask for my number or something later.
Yes, let's meet after the event.
If we still have time for questions. Regarding, you said marketplace, that people will be able to sell their own cards. How will you check that all those questions and answers, that they are actually correct, that people don't just take, from Wikipedia and it's wrong?
First of all, there is going to be a rating system. So users itself who actually see these flashcards on marketplace will be able to rate that the set of flashcards isn't bad. Second, we probably will use some kind of AI in that as well. But it's still yet up to decision. And I really want somebody from you to ask a question about skip button, please.
Is there a skip button?
Yes. Actually, about skip button, there are two options, and I am going to validate it in the future. So basically, we can either have a limited amount of skips per day, but then when the amount just run out, there will appear a button for emergency calls. On the other hand, we can just leave it infinity skips, but users will be able, there will be an in-app ranking system. So
no, skip should be for a charge. So skip is paid.
Maybe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vladislavs. I sensed some sparks flying on the stage, so we might have someone who already has won over the judges. So we'll see if the next teams can do their part. Riding a bike at night can be risky, right? It's low visibility, there's traffic going around, so you can go unnoticed. But could your bike be made safer and at the same time look cooler? Let's find out and welcome Virginia Vitol and Katrina Krijman with their idea, Glow Ridge Engrave.
Hi, my name is Virginia and this is Katrina, and we're here to tell you about Glow Ride Engrave. So, Katrina, I'll ask you a question. Have you ever had a situation where you're driving in the night and you barely see there's a cyclist there?
Yeah, actually, it's a common thing I have seen before. So the problem comes because, well, you really need a light to see a cyclist. And, well, yeah, it's a big problem. And nowadays, I feel like more people chooses to ride their bikes. So we can see that urban cycling is growing. However, the visibility hasn't really caught up. So we have these lights that can be used, but some of the people uses the rechargeable ones, but well, they can die in the middle of your ride. There's also battery charged ones, but I mean battery can also die out, and well, yeah. So it creates a really big problem because when you don't have this reflection on you or like a light, it becomes unsafe. And well, I feel like nowadays it really depends on how careful you're about your light that you have that creates this problem that you can become like invisible. So I feel like it should be changed.
Yeah, even yesterday I forgot to turn off my bike light and it simply died and I couldn't use it in the evening. But we have a solution to the problem. So our solution is persistent luminescent laser engraved markings directly on the metal frame. We're using a precision laser engraving, and it's a science-based project because Katrina is making her master's degree about that. And it's not a sticker. It's not something you need to put on yourself. It's not something you need. There are no wires. It simply glows in the dark.
So here's a prototype that we have made, and my colleague here also has it in her glass thing. So the thing is, you take your
use it so you can see in the dark, because dark is necessary to see this.
It's a pointer. You shine it on, but then you should turn away from the sun, so sun doesn't shine on it. So like create a shadow, and then look at it. You should be able to see the glow. And I mean, for the others who doesn't have the prototype in their hand, here's how it looks. So this is not an LED, neither this is a reflection. What you see here is glow-in-the-dark, persistent luminescence. The light gets stored in the material and it gets released slowly during time. So this is how it looks. And I mean, our idea is to put it on your bike frame, so your bike frame would always have this glow, so you would never really become invisible.
Yeah, and the beauty of it, it does not need the UV light to charge it. It charges from daylight, and it charges from your phone light. It charges from car headlights. So you don't need to think about it. You don't need to put in any effort. It's embedded in the frame, and it's not up to your safety standards anymore. Okay.
So yeah, what are really the benefits? So the biggest benefit is the safety, because, well, your bike is always seeable. And, well, with the technology we're using it to embed in the bike comes also the water and weather resistance, so no problem with washing your bike, riding in rain. The laser method that we would use is very scalable and easy to apply in industrial manufacturing. As well, it can be embedded in most of the type of materials, especially in metals, so it's very, very perfect for application in bike frames.
Yeah, and I want to say that it's also cheaper than conventional stickers that you could use, because equipping one bike just for the raw materials would be just €2. So our markets would be premium bicycle brands that are looking for design and safety, and urban cyclists and athletes that want to make their bikes more aesthetic and more safe. So let's make every ride visible with Glow Ride Engrave.
Thank you. Super interesting product. I'm wondering, how did you identify that the bark market is the most interesting one for this product? Because I could imagine that has like various applications across all the other industries.
So, because we're both cyclists. I use the bike to go to work every day, and I just love it. And I've thought about this problem that, well, I have the chargeable light and it dies out in the middle of the ride, and then I'm pretty sad because I like to ride on the street, but when I don't have my bike seeable, I have to go on the pedestrian path, so I hate that. But, well, actually, it's not only this. We have thought about also other applications like safety, these road signs and everything. But this is like a thing that is I think
interesting for both of us,
Yeah.
because I have a small child and I really want her name on a bike frame.
Okay. Because there's also like an old tag that I remember from my grandma's bike. Maybe you remember a dynamo that basically you just connect it to the tire and it converts the mechanical energy into the light. Which then
Yeah, and
cannot-
I remember how it always the wire
Exactly.
broke down.
and it was harder to, I think, pedal.
That's right.
So is the technology patented?
It's happening now.
Oh, okay. And for how long does it shine?
So we're aiming for many hours, but right now we're at an hour and a bit.
And how would you top it up?
Sorry?
How would you top up the glow?
For example, if you're riding in street conditions, then you will top up your glow by having some car lights shine on you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Virginia and Katrina. Next up, we have a company that wants to help fintech companies. Fintech companies in Europe often face a maze of regulations. Missing just one detail can delay launches and cost a lot of money. This next team created a platform that scans license documents against live regulations, helping you spot gaps early and stay one step ahead. Please welcome Laura Malgalve and Edward Žeris to the stage. Applause.
Yeah, hi. Okay, I'm Edward, this is Checkmate, and we are the next generation platform for fintech compliance. Fintech is the new booming market, with new companies entering the space every single day. In order for them to stay ahead, they need to move fast. However, this is not that easy because the compliance process is so long, often taking up to 5 years. This is because there's this constant back and forward with the legislator that needs tens and tens of iterations of document changes, each iteration taking up to a month. And the total cost for these back and forwards can go up to €1 million. So we made the solution Checkmate, which eases this process. First, you obviously upload all your documents into our platform. Then we have developed our own AI agents that cross-check every single line of your documentation against every single line of the legislation, and also vice versa, to detect uncompliant spots and suggest you what needs to be done for you to become compliant. And we also detect what is currently missing in your legislation and what you need to implement from here. Then we give our approval, and you can confidently submit your documentation into the legislator. We're also working on active scanning of these different legislations to detect changes. And once we detect a change, we will notify our customers how this change affects them and tell them what they need to change in their processes and in their documentation to still keep compliance. We approach our business model very much individually with custom pricing for each of our customers, which is based on basically how many integrations they want to have with how many different legislations, their team size and their document sizes. But to give you a rough estimate, anywhere starting from €300 up to 5,000 for legal teams. And my favorite part is that we're building it with scalability already in mind from the start, so that we can scale to different industries after we finish with fintech, but obviously strategically we've chosen to start with this industry. The RegTech market is relatively new but fastly growing, and we plan to reach 1.2 million after our first 2 years. Since we are such a new company, we're using the newest technology, which is agentic AI, and as we are aware, nobody else in the market currently does so. And yeah, we are aware that there are strong competitors currently in the market, but we kind of merge together their best ideas into our platform. We are 2 co-founders, me, Edwards, the CEO with a technical background, and Laura, the other co-founder responsible for design, marketing, and sales. Recently, we attracted these other 3 gentlemen who are responsible for the development part, and they are making sweat equity for now. We're also currently working together closely with a Latvian fintech called Twino They're helping us guide through some of the legislation aspects, and they are the first early testers. And we have recently also got some real traction with a large Latvian law firm, and we have a demo scheduled with them from a month from here, and we will show our product then. Yeah, the idea was born less than 3 months ago, and we have already got serious progress, and we're almost done with the major features, and we plan to launch our demo together with the demo for our first customer. Yeah, thank you, that's it. You can scan the QR code, visit our website, and sign up to be a tester.
Thank you for the presentation. I actually think this would be also very great for energy companies.
Yes, of
They
course.
also have very regulated market. What is the sales channel plan? How do you plan to actually approach customers in order to scale? Because one thing is just to call each company, but do you have a plan further?
Yeah, we plan on working together with law firms since they provide customers since they provide companies these services. So this could be one sales channel. Then, of course, different events, fintech events where all these companies gather together, also industry events. These are the main two things, yeah.
And it looks like you're kind of targeting commercial customers. So my question is, have you thought about data and security and how you would handle that for them?
Yes.
I assume that would be the #1 question.
That is a good question, yeah. First of all, well, obviously we store all the documents encrypted, but the second problem is the AI, right? We have carefully, well, first of all, we're using EU models for now, but the long-term vision is to host the models ourselves, so we're not giving away the data to anyone at all. But this is a big commitment, and it can cost up to €500,000. That's not that easy at this stage.
Thanks for the presentation. I'm wondering on the model side, is it like a decision tree-based deterministic model, or is it more like LLM extracting information from different documents?
Yeah, more like an LLM. It's a rule-based like algorithm. We've given the LLM just pages and pages of rules, everything that needs to be checked, given it's so many sources, and the total process can take up to an hour until it checks everything.
So you're kind of training the LLM?
No, it's we have a determined list of rules for a pre-trained LLM that it needs to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Sadly, I can't say thank you to Laura, but maybe next time. Maybe next time. We all want fresh food, right? But often it comes at a higher cost, or you're not even sure where it comes from. What if there was a way to connect with the local farmers that grow the food? Please welcome Emīls Kotāns and Anna Grigoreva and their app to the stage. Applause.
Hello, my name is Anna.
And my name is Emīls, and today we will tell you about our project, Farmly. Today, when we enter a store, we often don't know where our food comes from. Local farmers grow high-quality products, but they get lost among imported goods and intermediaries. We have lost the most important thing, the connection between people and the origin of their food. And yet, nothing compares to buying real food from a real countryside farm. The taste of food is just like from your grandma's garden, fresh, natural, and full of flavor. And that's exactly what we're bringing back.
We believe Farmly is that solution, the one that reconnects people with real food, real farmers, and real taste. Our idea is driven by a bold vision to create a business that not only generates economic success, but also delivers real lasting value to society. It's about shaping a future where profit and purpose go hand in hand. Farmers are the most important part of the eco-product market, but in most countries, many of them, like our farmers, produce high-quality products, but face limited access to customers and the opportunity to receive a fair price.
The application creates a direct trading channel, a bridge between local farmers and consumers, a perfect B2C model that delivers fresh local products straight to the people who value them most.
Our user can locate nearby farmers on our app, view available products and their prices, place orders efficiently, and discover the stories and lives behind each farm.
On the other hand, farmers can showcase their products to a wider audience, receive and manage orders seamlessly, and expand their reach and gain loyal customers.
Our marketing strategy inspires on connects, engage audiences through social media, partner with farmers, drive the hashtag support local movement, promote healthy local living, and reach wider audiences on TV and radio. On the other hand, our customers are individuals with medium or higher income, farmers, and supporters of healthy lifestyle. Our competitors are markets, supermarkets, Facebook groups, and indirect competitors.
In the chart, you can see how vegetable and fruit market is divided throughout countries. Total market volume per year is 2.3 billion. Our strategic goal is 1% from total market, and that's 23.8 million euros. And now, just imagine how the numbers will grow when we include products like bread, honey, eggs, and dairy. Payback period will be reached in 6 months, and total costs for start, including app development, is 140,000. Our business model includes 2 types of income: a paid subscription for farmers and a commission on each sale.
Farmers don't use this model yet, because we will change that through short, powerful videos on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. We will show them one simple truth: more control, more profit, and no middleman. People are used to supermarkets, but habits can really change. Local food will become unmissable through advertising campaigns. We will make one message impossible to ignore: local food is fresher, smarter, and our future.
Our plan is divided into 3 stages. Firstly, we'll cooperate and gain trust of Baltic farmers, as well as make our brand recognizable on the market. Secondly, we'll expand our platform to other European countries. And finally, we plan to connect local farmers and consumers all over the world. Therefore, Farmly becomes a global platform for local food. Thank you for your attention. We're ready for your questions, but first, we invite you to take action.
Scan the QR code and step into the beta version of our Farmly.
Thank you for the pitch. One question: have you spoken with any of the farmers already? Like, I'm wondering, do they have time and will to also kind of send then goods and package them to each of the potential customers, or how is that actually working on the side of the farmer? For example, when I, as a person, take the order to order tomatoes, what does the farmer have to do?
So basically, it's a question about delivery, basically, right? Yeah. So there are multiple choices. I know a lot of farmers already transport their goods already to bigger cities, so that's an option. And we plan to make pickup points in cities. So, yeah.
But they also need to then, prepare the specific quantity. They have to have special foods that are being ordered from the customers. Are the farmers kind of willing to also take that next steps in doing that?
I mean, if they are already selling their products, they already are waiting everything they got. They are selling it maybe to smaller amount of people. So I think they are already ready to do that.
I want to mention that, in both application, when you select an order, there are multiple options, like which ride do you want. And we plan to make something similar with the pickups. You can select either, so your farmer for you drives the products for you at your house, then maybe some luxury with bigger cars, and the farmers that drive to your house is just the start,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I think the idea is great. There was Svaigi.lv, if you know. Not a question, but maybe you could think of like Mango Mangas, you know that web page, that they are bringing different exotic fruits and vegetables. So maybe you can start with that, that in the beginning you just get the orders, like pre-orders, and only then go to the farmers. Just an idea, just an idea. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I want to mention we already have started farmers who would want to like invest in this idea. Yeah.
Thank you, Emils. Thank you, Anya. And thank you, judges. For some time now, we already have unlocked the technology of virtual reality, right? We have the glasses, we have the big goggles, but using them is kind of complicated and inconvenient if you're in a public setting. What if we could make it so that you could interact with the virtual world just by using a ring? The next team created a smart ring that lets you control AR and VR glasses seamlessly, making the experience intuitive and more convenient. Please welcome Kurt Šukis and Waltz to the stage. Applause, applause.
So hello everybody in attendance, hello to the judges. We would like to present our idea, which is a multifunctional XR or extended reality headset control interface, or in other words, a smart ring controller for XR headsets. The current market is growing very, very rapidly. Just last year, the market grew by around 41.6% in units sold, including AR, VR, and mixed reality glasses. The growth is attributed to increasing advantages in technology advancements, also through social media use, because we can see recently very popular has become VR videos from your glasses. But the biggest problem is that the current ways of interacting with your glasses is very fragmented and most often quite unintuitive. And it's quite a bottleneck for using this.
So existing control options are on-device controls, voice controls, eye tracking, handheld controls, gestures, and other wearable controllers. And the main drawbacks for a few of them is that it's really awkward to use in public transports. And other ones are just extra device that you need to carry around just for one specific purpose, to control your XR device. And about someone else, like eye tracking, there's some customer reports that there are eye strain after usage sessions. So we introduce Control Ring, a better way to control your reality. With the current smart rings, they are usually just used for fitness tracking and payment options. They are limited a limited amount of ways to interact with them, mostly through an app. They are not ergonomic. Many are locked to a specific product, lack additional functionality and lack of options to choose from.
So our solution solves a big problem with input options. Most smart rings only have a touch panel. Our idea has two touch panels. In the middle, it would have a rotating segment for additional tactile feedback. There would also be sensors for fitness tracking, antenna for GPS, also microphone, so you could use it maybe in your home or for writing text. It's going to be much easier than swiping. Also, there's a haptic motor for tactile feedback, as I said, and also a squeeze panel like you would have on, let's say, an Apple Pencil. But it's also a fitness tracker. It has secondary functions, so you don't lose any functionality if you're already a smart ring user. It would be connectable with multiple devices via Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. But it's also a fitness sensor, an NFC payment device, a wallet, a GPS tracker, and it will also have a customizable design.
Yes, and how to use it. So one of the ways is turn the rotary wheels to scroll the feed in a bus, or slide on either touch panel to change, for example, radio station, tap to confirm your choice in an app, squeeze to change maybe between the devices, move your finger to navigate in the menus, and speak into the microphone to type faster. But it really doesn't matter because you can change the controls the way you like. So you are the most discrete usage for your XR device. And advantages, we have like more input options than other competitors. It is not locked to a specific brand or product.
You can connect with other devices with Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. Smart ring users will not lose any functionality because we keep the most popular ones like payments and health tracking. It's discrete usage, sleek design, and saturated market.
So the consumer profile for this product, where you imagine XR users, currently there are around 200 million of them in the world. Also tech enthusiasts who might jump on the bandwagon with a new and better way to control AR glasses. They might be new customers for this product. Also people with just optical glasses. We believe in 5 to 10 years the technology of having smart glasses is going to become very widespread, easy to adopt, and cheaper. So people might want to switch their regular frames for smart frames to have more functionality in their day-to-day lives. Also daily commuters, drivers, and people on the bus or public transport, as well as big tech corporations who might like our product and would want to license their products for compatibility.
So, large market with potential to grow.
This is primarily a controller and secondary only a smart ring.
More input options than competitors.
We are not revolutionizing technology, but revolutionizing control of an existing technology. Because sometimes the best new technology is not something new, but something adapted, improved, and optimized.
Integratable functions in current technology.
So, control ring.
Tomorrow's technology.
Adapted today. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's a very interesting product. The first thing that comes to my mind, how hard it is to produce, because mostly we know that if there is suddenly a huge order, then companies very often fail because they cannot actually produce them. How does that production outlook look for you?
Yeah, I think there would be a different stage of them. In the nowadays, there's really great outsourcing options. Like there's platform PCB ways where you can order these PCB plates with all the functionality, and they have like that manufacturing capability, and the same goes with like hardware frame and things like that. So in the start, it will be like outsourcing our manufacturing.
So not a lot of time. I have 3 questions. Did you build the PCB yourself and then 3D printed the ring? I see Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, so how long, and GPS also, how long will the battery last? And do you have any compatible devices right now? Quick, you don't have time.
Okay, PCB is on its way. It's like, for now, it's like just a visual thing.
A 3D model with a rotating function, because this is something new, something that's not in market, so it's a way to experience it. Also, what is the second question?
The battery.
The battery, there are currently silicon carbon batteries being produced, which would replace lithium-ion batteries. So yeah, would have twice as much capacity in the same volume, so it's not really a problem as we see.
Yeah, but it's expensive. And the third is, okay, so you don't have the prototype right now, so you are just working. Okay, then no compatible devices. Okay.
Can I ask one quick question? There's a lot of tech in this ring. What is the manufacturing/production cost of that ring, and for how much are you imagine to sell it later on?
It's a good question. It's like right now it's storming R&D process, so the numbers are just coming in, and it's in the phase of definition. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kurz and Vals. Thank you, judges. Sadly, one of the teams today couldn't make it, so we only get 9 presentations. So, the last one is Paula. Paula has made uses recycled paper and fabric to block sounds, isolate heat, and it can be installed without any tools or permanent installation. So, if you live in a noisy apartment, who you are renting, or it's just a chilly room, this product could be just for you. Let's welcome Paula to the stage.
So, hi audience, hi jury. I am Paula Sipovic, as you just heard, and I would like to present my idea called Resound. So, my idea is acoustic isolating, heat insulating panels which are made from textile byproducts and paper waste. this doesn't really draw a picture, so I will do it for you. Or maybe not. Okay, no picture today, sorry guys. But yeah, by taking textile byproducts and paper waste, we can shred them up, and linking it together with polyurethane foam, we can make very great panels which are fairly dense, and they can be applied to walls just like regular acoustic panels would, but they are better, trust me, and I will tell you how. But first, the problems. Currently, 92 million tons of textile waste are made yearly. These are up to 100 billion garments every year, and up to 90% of them get thrown out or incinerated. In the world, the recycle rate for fabrics is 8 to 12%, but even when these fabrics get sent to recycling, a lot of them don't get recycled. Because mixed textiles and also paper are hard to recycle because most methods require single fabric streams. So even those fabrics that do get sent off, if they have, for example, a cotton and polyester, they cannot be remade into new fabrics. And currently, EU has a goal to recycle 50% of textile waste by 2030, but currently we lack the infrastructure to meet it. And also, very important fact, currently, the EU has defined that we are in energy poverty because 75% of EU buildings are deemed energy inefficient and would benefit from some kind of change. Either those are renovations or solutions that you can put on the walls. And as we all know, every time there is a war situation, we also get sent into a bit of energy crisis. So even though this is not a tech solution, it solves a tech problem. So, how it works. For sound isolation, if you want to block 95% of sound, you need the panel to be at least 4 centimeters thick. To isolate low frequency sound, the panel needs to have density, and to diffract sound, it needs to have an uneven, jagged surface. So when you think of a typical acoustic panel, what do you think of? Those soft foam triangular panels which meet maybe one of these. Maybe they do diffract, but they don't do it very well. Next, for heat insulation, the key factor is the width of the panel and the material's used thermal conductivity. The thicker the panel, the slower the heat gets through. And due to the nature of shredded materials, the panel also contains small air pockets, which is very great for me because what is the worst thermal conductor? Air. And for material recycling, the only materials that can be qualitatively and fully recycled are completely clean materials. So as soon as you have mix-ins, for paper that would be paper clips or maybe some staples, if they also get shredded up, the material cannot be recycled, it cannot be used properly. And in these cases, the material is most likely thrown out because it is so hard to recycle that nobody even wants to do it. But in these panels, we can use these lower quality recyclables without losing the panel's properties. And for the target market, obviously, renters, people who have a limited budget and can't afford big renovations, or simply homeowners who do not want to rip their walls out for an improvement. Because that is a very long process, it costs a lot of money, and if it doesn't work, people end up very sad. But because these panels, they can be put on the walls, it requires limited interference, and it can be a very fast solution for a problem that gets worse and worse every year. But yeah, altogether, I think this could be a very great product, and I hope that someday I can put it out into the big world. Thank you.
So I've got a question. What is the cost of these panels to the customers?
Well, to answer that question, I'll explain something. So basically, these materials, recyclables, they cost usually, for let's say fabric, like 100 euros for a ton of fabric, which is clean fibers, which can be recycled. But since we don't need to use higher quality materials, we can use them with mix-ins and unsorted fabrics, these costs get diminished into basically nothing because nobody is willing to recycle these materials. So the cheaper the product is for us to make, the cheaper can be the cost to the customer. But because this is a product which does contain recycled materials and is eco-friendly, we can price it at a higher premium than, let's say, a typical sound isolating panel or a typical insulation material.
Thank you, Paula. I think it's a fantastic idea, really. How does that compare to the current industry standard, for example, for sound insulation or for heat insulation?
Well, currently there isn't a very well-defined standard because the quality of sound isolation or heat insulation depends on how much you are willing to pay. And let's say this panel would perform better than most acoustic panels on the market because, as I said, they usually only meet one criterion. And of course, theoretically, the cheapest heat insulator is just rigips, just a wall. Yeah. But with this product, because you can put it on the wall, we can fix these problems by adding to the material that is already there. The big selling point is that you can put it on. You don't have to put it inside a wall, and you can just improve your room with a few simple adjustments and a few screws.
A quick question, have you built a prototype, at least one panel?
Yes, I had a picture, but it's gone.
Thank you.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. So, that was our last presentation today. Now, the judges have a hard decision to make. So we'll give them a few minutes so they can take their time, discuss which of these 9 ideas is going to be the winner of Latvia's Red Bull 2026 finals. I'll remind you of what they are fighting for, okay? Well, not fighting for, but what they are going to win. First of all, the #1 idea from Latvia, the winner, will go to San Francisco, California to pitch their idea on the global stage. And if they win there, they will have the chance to get $100,000 to bring their idea to life. So they're going to get an investment to start it all off. Not only that, but today they'll get a nice trophy. We'll see it later. We'll see it later. And also they're going to win a computer from AMD. All right, so they'll have some software to help them on the way. I do not envy the judges because we saw so much today. We saw such great ideas and the courage that they showed on the stage, showing their ideas, the passion that they had, right? But that's what Red Bull Basement is all about, turning bold thinking into real impact. Maybe one of you already has a favorite. You could raise your hand if you have a favorite. Okay, we have 4 people think they have the real one. So you see how hard the job is going to be for the judges. And did you see one of the ideas that you would want to get your hands on and be able to use it today? Okay, we have 1, 2. The rest one, I don't know. Okay. So we had the 9 teams today, right? 9 ideas. All of them were student ideas. They were complete with their, I'll check so I don't lie to you on stage. There were 836 participants that joined to this year's Red Bull Basement, right? 10 teams got here. 1 team, sadly, couldn't make it to show their presentation. But 9 teams showed what they had, what their idea was, how they would accomplish it, and what they could change in the world. And honestly, I feel pretty safe. You know, I kind of felt a bit scared, but I feel pretty safe with the next generation, the builders that are showing themselves here, and the ideas they are trying to evolve. That's just beautiful, beautiful. And the jury has decided. I'll go check out who's the winner. So, I have the winner. No matter the outcome, everybody who presented today and anybody who sent their idea is a winner. They already achieved something by participating. I want to give a last thank you to all the finalists here. Maybe we can give an applause for all of them. And before I announce, I want us all to do, I saw Eggy do it before, I want us all to do it, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to stomp the ground, okay? Like, so we can make that, ooh, okay? We stomp the ground. All right. So the team that is going to take the next step forward and is the winner of Red Bull Basement Latvia 2026, Entity! Applause for Entity! Oh, they're coming? Oh, come. Come to the stage. Come to the stage. Applause, Arena. Applause. Congratulations. Here is your gifts that you get today. AMD's computer. You get this nice memoria. And the trophy. Red Bull Basement. It's a light bulb. Pictures. Pause. Nice. Thank you all for being here together with us. I'm going to give the stage back to you. Yes?
Please do.
Okay. And thank you all. Have a nice day.
Great. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Very happy for you. Thank you.
Okay, you guys, are we caffeinated? Are we Red Bulled? People are leaving. It's just because we got our job back that we didn't like that. Okay, everyone had lunch? Yay. Everyone had Red Bull? I saw someone drinking. Yay. Caffeinated as well. We're running a little bit late.
Yeah.
But please stay behind because we do have some fascinating panel discussions coming.
Yeah.
And maybe let's start with the one that we've been late with.
Yeah, so there's some seats here for those on the back, and then some seats at the front. So please feel free to take a seat. It's going to be a really great panel. So in December 2025, there was news in Latvia, in Riga, that said Epson will open their hub in Latvia. So they're growing business, and they're opening a place in Riga, in Latvia, a global business. And I want to welcome on the stage a person who will be talking a little bit more about how it is to work for an innovative global company from Riga, from Latvia, and talk about that, share the career path, development, tips and tricks, and all that.
Please welcome on stage Alessia Kirchenko, European Business Services Director at Epson. A very warm round of applause.
Hey. Hello. Do you hear me? So, really challenge. I mean, to come to the stage, it's coming out of comfort zone itself. Now I need to get used to this new technology. And actually, I thought to involve you quite a lot, but I will not hear you. So, need to adjust. But yeah, let's. I like challenges, so hopefully we will have a great session. So, my name is Alessia Kirchenko. I'm a director of a newly established European Business Services Center for Epson. We are just 2 months live from 2nd of October. 2nd of February, but we started from scratch, but now already we have 60 people. So kind of startup, but growing so fast within the corporate environment. So I will double check if slides works. Should I? Yes. Yes. Okay, I will tell about myself a bit more in a second, but I would like to get to know you a bit more, so that I understand what to talk about, or maybe some focuses. Maybe you can raise your hands if you are just in the beginning of your career, just looking for, I don't know, first or second working place. So, few of you, good. Anyone here who is working for international company? Okay, also. Any of you who may be working now or are in entrepreneurs and thinking of changing something, looking for some opportunities? Yeah? Okay. So, but as I said, you will not be able to ask questions because we don't have mics for you. But if you have, later on we could just catch up somewhere in the corridors and can talk career. About myself, I actually was working for corporations all the time and was building international teams. Working from Latvia, never was working somewhere else. But actually, I think I was working somewhere else always, because being in Latvia, you could do international company quite easy, actually, if you do it within global business services industry. Any of you know what is global business services industry? Yeah, people who are working with the industry, right? So I will try to explain a bit. Oops, it's moving fast. But all in all, I've been in banking for 20 years, and last 15 working in the leadership positions, building the international teams from Latvia, serving different sites across the Europe, and not only. I've been working for the last 8 years for global business services for SEB Bank, the major bank in one of the major banks, together with the Swedbank in Sweden, and actually was leading one of the largest global business services centers in Riga for SEB. I've built it from 400 people when started in 2017 to 1,200 people when I left 2 months ago. So serving SEB sites everywhere in the world, starting from US and finishing with Asia. So from Riga, we were serving customers of SEB across the globe, working from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. actually with the New York shifts. And I also serving as a chairperson in ABSL Latvia, Association of Business Service Leaders, another like global business services leaders. We are making the community of the employers who are great employers here in Latvia from international companies, with the great culture, with the investing in people and their development. Maybe you have heard, I don't know, Circle K. Everyone knows that Circle K have fuel stations, right? But rarely someone knows that actually Circle K has a business services center with the 800 people approximately who are working in Riga, but actually have nothing to do with the fuel stations, but serving the Circle K company, like doing accountancy, doing HR, doing supply chain for Circle K across the globe. And then now Epson decided to entering Riga and investing here significantly. We are open the center, and I will tell you a bit later. About the Epson a bit. Japanese company, 80 years on the market, technology. We do have global presence, 8.3 billion revenue, and 75,000 of employees across the globe. Majority of employees are employed in production sites, so actually Epson is quite not unique, but not many of the companies still having their own employees working in production. Usually it's outsourced. So we do our products and goods ourselves. When it comes to Epson Europe, which I will be working, or I already working for, Strong presence in Europe. We do have 1,500 employees, 1.4 billion in turnover, and 33 offices across the Europe, and Riga is one of them. And I will not do this corporate stuff a lot, but actually what I like from the Epson vision is 3 words: efficient, compact, and precise technology. And I think it's kind of about Latvia. We used to, or very often calling ourselves, we are a small country, we have limited opportunities, we have limited resources. But I would say we are compact, we are not small. But if we would be efficient and precise, actually it's our competitive advantage, as Epson do in their products. Yeah, you will not be able to hear yourself, but maybe I can ask you, and you could just shout, and I will just repeat into the mic. What kind of products do you know from Epson? Do you know Epson? What comes to your mind first if you hear Epson? Printers, right? Anything else? Yeah. So usually when people hear Epson, so you think printers. And actually it was my first, I don't know, first impression when I was considering joining Epson. But actually it's much more besides the printers. Printers are still quite a major part of our products. And actually you might think that the demand for printers is declining, but actually it is declining, but very, very slowly. So not like I would assume as a regular consumer, like who is printing nowadays, right? So, but yeah, it's slightly declining, but not as rapidly. But then Epson is very, very sometimes number 1 or 2 in Europe in the projections. So those projectors who are might be for home cinemas, might be for industrial needs and all the exhibitions and very high precision and brightness projectors. We also do have industrial printers working with the different industries. It might be textile printers, it might be printers who are printing big, large posters for advertising and industries and so on. We actually have a cooperation with NASA, and our products are in space, so those precision sensors and robots. We do have robots as one of the products, majority in automotive industry, but also those service robots. It's actually emerging technology, so if you might notice some service robots, for example, who are collecting dirty dishes in the restaurants and kind of making coffees or whatever it might be, this part of robotics industry is growing. And projections, we do have cooperation with projectors with Cirque du Soleil. And why I chose an Epson actually, and here I can reflect on the career, and will switch to more to the career rather than products and jobs. The sense of purpose, or because Epson is not working just to, it is business, for sure, we all need revenue, right? But we are producing our products to be meaningful, to use in real life, to help societies to solve different type of issues, and environmental issues in particular. So Epson printers technology, this inkjet, which is opposite to laser printers, consumes 10 times less energy than laser printers. And technologies like this, for me, it's very important, the company what I'm working for, to be with the long-term vision, with the long-term commitment, and actually that Epson chosen Latvia and us to be a strategic hub was one of the reasons. And then my personal mission, I would like to bring to Latvia the jobs which are high value added, interesting jobs that would give our youngsters and not only experts options for not leaving Latvia but building the international career here. Riga, why Riga? So why Epson chosen Riga? It's not easy nowadays to attract the international investors. Obviously, all the geopolitics and instability, companies are looking for different opportunities. But actually, for Epson, it was the journey to choose location. So we have been chosen from 18 locations. So the tours have been done. So we were considering different criteria like labor cost, obviously, or economical stability or political stability, talent availability. And I'm happy that Epson chosen Riga, Latvia, among 18 countries. And actually, yeah, if you see the second point, which is kind of tricky, right? We all are saying that geopolitics and we are not the location. From that perspective, investors should be sure about, but I would like to put it into perspective. Different investors coming from different countries seeing it differently, which is in one case might be our downside, but in another, in the eyes of other investors, it might be our actually competitive advantage. So, and obviously the talent availability and skills, language skills in particular, but not only, is one of the reasons why investor, in this case Epson, chosen Latvia. And we are again compact, so for investors, big corporations, it's important to have the support from the government, from the city, and it's actually the hand away. And I see Alice from Riga and the investment, Riga Tourism Investment Agency, it's literally one handshake away. So, and international companies, our value is a lot that they, if they have some issues, we can go to the mayor, we could go to Prime Minister, and so on. And some of the questions can be solved quite easily and fast. What I, as a director, what I would wish for, right? So we are growing fast from scratch to, as I shared, 60 people already. I would like us in 5 years to be really the great place for young professionals or experts to work, to grow, to get new skills, to apply those skills what we already have in a truly international and diverse environment. And when I'm saying truly international and truly diverse, I really mean it. You can get this experience in global business services industry when you are sitting in your office in Riga or your home in Riga or somewhere else, Liepāja or Ventspils, and you are on a daily basis working with the international colleagues from Spain, US, Shanghai, or other sites of, is it Epson or other GBS company. Yes, I already a bit ahead with my slides. So in all of the GBSs, usually, if you are working with international sites, either you are asking to speak different languages, or in the case of Epson, we wouldn't ask our employees any other language than English. So we are just working on a daily basis, speaking English with our colleagues across the Europe. Now, maybe in the future, it will be other continents. And bringing in Latvia also some experiences from other European countries, and as well giving our knowledge, our eagerness to grow. Our guys usually are much more faster, much more eager to learn, getting experience in 1 year, becoming the most experienced person in the room. Becoming the actually hub or center of excellence for all the other sites. This is the real experience what you can get in 2 to 3 years. Fresh graduate can become the team lead actually, because of those fast growing environment and consolidating functions from one location from different locations to one location, and then you can easily get efficiency, you can get scalability for implementing the IT systems and so on. As just one example, how fast careers might go, but it doesn't mean that our guys turnover is quite high because of those fast pace. It might be also quite loyal employees and growing the career within one company. I took an example from SEB, actually a colleague of mine. She started freshly from the university in 2006. Now she's in Stockholm, owning the huge organization as a product global process owner. Still in one company for 20 years, but banks are changed a lot, so it's kind of like tech companies nowadays. But she moved to Stockholm at the end of the day, but all 15 years she was working in Riga actually and owning teams across the globe. Yes, and for those of you who are just in the beginning of the career, but also for the experts, what I'm seeing, what helps actually to get this experience and to contribute really to the international companies. And I think we are good in Latvia with this, but we can do even better, especially with the younger generation. I usually talking a lot about this ownership of the tasks. It's not just what you have been told to do, and I believe nowadays, maybe my generation, when I started the career, I was not asking questions why. I was just like told to do and have been doing, but not by nature. I'm curious, and therefore I was asking questions most probably. Therefore my career developed, but which is very good. And then compare with the different sides of big corporations, we are more eager, we are more curious, we took the ownership, which is the key for success. And when I'm saying curiosity, it's not just ask a lot of questions. It's really, even though your tasks at the moment, if you are a youngster, might be very, let's say, technical, very transactional, very narrow. But then within the role, when you can ask questions, why it's happening like this, what's happening after I do my part of the job, what is the result, how we can improve, why you are saying it has been done for ages, why can't we change the process, and so on. In the companies who are ready to change, our people usually playing a crucial role because of this natural eagerness and curiosity. And we are very good in collaboration, I would say, if you are comparing with the different nations. I would say Latvians are even too cautious. Sometimes if you have international projects with Lithuanians or within the Baltics or other countries, we would say every, consider every point. We will like tell about all the barriers, like before starting executing, and then we will be very good executors and collaborators. And I think what we lacking a bit is this proactiveness, this sales gene in our blood, so that we are much more eager. Yeah, maybe we are not ready. Maybe there are some kind of barriers still for execution, but jump into it, execution, and do it with some risks or bigger risks. Yeah, we are very risk cautious. But again, for collaboration and for execution, it's really good. And our teams is therefore playing really good role in big international companies. Yeah, this is it from my side. Again, pity that you can't ask questions, but I would be eager to talk with you in the corridors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Round of applause. Thank you so much.
Okay, so it's nice to see almost full house. I know that some people are standing at the back.
Yeah.
So please come at the beginning. We have a couple of seats here.
Yeah.
So next topic is quite an interesting one. Obviously, it's very reasonable here at the event, networking. So how many of you came here just to purely network? Can we have your hands up? Okay. How many of you find it a little bit tedious? Okay, quite a few. So it's going to be an interesting conversation right now because we're going to be talking about the fact that even though we're extremely connected, we do find networking sometimes very transactional. And we will be drawing on insights from the European Experience Index and decades, not days, not weeks, not years, but decades of anthropological research and explore how all of us can network better.
Yeah, excellent. So we'll welcome on the stage social anthropologist Mārtiņš Daugulis first, who will be the moderator. Mārtiņš, please, a round of applause for Mārtiņš. Take a seat, please. And second participant will welcome Kristina Pils, who is the head of community and culture at 27 Names. Round of applause for Kristina. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. I am really happy to be here, a little nervous, but mostly I'm excited to be here with Martins, who, as you will quickly notice, is much smarter than I am. And he is not the moderator. Actually, he's the expert. And he has kindly agreed to help me understand something that bothers me from time to time, and that is, why does networking suck so much? And yeah, I said it. It's really a word that can fill you with a sense of dread that, oh no, I have to make small talk all night. And yet, it's something that's treated as essential, especially in our industry. But the reality is you usually show up to an event, you grab a drink, you make some awkward conversation, ask, what do? You might exchange contacts, repeat. And by the end of the night, you've met a lot of people, but you haven't really met anyone at all. But somehow, you've gotten those contacts, and that counts as a networking success. Now, just to be clear, I'm obviously not talking about the networking here at TechChill. That's great. But in most cases, we've just gotten really good at collecting contacts, but those contacts don't automatically turn into real relationships. Everyone's kind of playing the same game, just pretending that they're not. They're thinking about how they appear to other people, or they're thinking about what can I get out of this person, instead of actually being interested in the other person. And even with all the technology we have today, we've never had more ways to stay connected. Research shows that people report feeling more disconnected than ever. So we want to know, if you meet 50 people in one evening, have you really met anyone? And if connection is the goal of networking, Why are we still so bad at creating it? So, from your human behavior background perspective, what are people actually looking for in times like these?
Thank you, Christina. I believe what a nice introduction. And indeed, yes, my name is Mārtiņš Dauglis. I'm a social anthropologist, and I'm very interested in human behavior, how they act. And I want to start maybe giving a bigger picture on grouping together and why it's important. I brought with me one nice picture of tribe, and this is my favorite tribe, Mbuti tribe from Ituri rainforests, which is in Congo Democratic Republican area at a particular moment. And they are symbols for me, which signalizes how all of us people are reacting. In the Mbuti cosmology, if something bad happens, for instance, someone is falling sick, or the hunt is not happening, or investment is not coming to tribe, or something like that, bad things happen. They have a philosophy that at this particular moment, gods just fell asleep. So, because if everything is fine, gods are awake. If something goes bad, gods fell asleep. And when the gods are falling asleep, they are coming together, grouping together, singing songs to wake the gods up. And this philosophy is so beautiful because it symbolizes how we as a human beings acting through different cultures to different times. When issue happens, when we feel some kind of distress, when we feel something not good is happening, we usually need to group together, and when we group together, we are coming up with the different solutions, and we see each other and we give meaning to what is happening. So grouping together is what we really are striving for when we need to get to some real reality, but at the same time, when we are coming together, then it's harsh to be together. We as a people, we want to be in the group, and at the same time, it's a bit tough. So we invent rituals. We invent something we do just to get the reason to be together, but we cannot do that too long because then it's too empty, and then we depressed again, and then again you have to go to psychotherapists, and all the circles back all the time. So we group together, but then the question is what we do in the group to get the meaning, to be with the meaning. And then I'm addressing back to you, in fact, because you have this wonderful experience, research behind you in 27 European countries, considering events and networking. Have you experience with the empty rituals in the house, with the performative rituals in your everyday agenda?
Absolutely, and honestly, I think we're all guilty of it, because as soon as we label something networking, something inside of us shifts. So we start thinking about how we can present this polished version of ourselves. So in a sense, we're performing. We start pitching ourselves, trying to sound very impressive, trying to talk to the right people, and then the energy changes. So we lose our curiosity. And instead of, who is this person, or what can I offer to that person, we start thinking, are they worth my time? What can I get out of them? And then it becomes, everyone is trying to be interesting, but no one is actually interested. And the thing is, we're really good at sensing when that's happening. Like, our bullshit detectors go off immediately, and what happens is then we put up a little wall, we become more guarded, and then the connection, which is what we want, becomes that much harder with that wall up. And so what I think is it's not just a social dynamic, though, is it? It's kind of a design problem in the larger sense. Would you agree?
I would totally agree. There's a one strong killer of real exchange during the network, and this is usually the typical phone. Maybe you have felt that when you are speaking with someone and even the phone is in the hand, it kills down the conversation. It becomes very theatrical. And now, in fact, we have research which shows that even the presence of the phone in the real talks gets the focus down, which is very interesting to play around and just to try to put put the phone down. But from designing, I believe it's a very interesting notion that there's someone who designs setups like TechChill, there's technical part and chill part, and then we should network, but what we really want. And I also opened up your research that you were doing, and it's very interesting that organizations, they optimize everything to get everything efficient, to get the technology because of technology, to raise the brand loyalty, innovation. But what the people in the survey say, and this is 27 countries all across the Europe, that in fact we are needing purpose, new experiences, engagement, personalization, community, which is like two very far away places. One is trying to doing everything in an efficient way, and we want just to be real and enjoy. And the question is how to link that together.
That is a great question, because it seems like networking as we know it now is designed for transactions, but humans are looking for connection. Let me ask you guys something. How many of you have over 1,000 LinkedIn contacts? Yes, that's what I thought. I myself too, that's quite a few. But how many of those people could you actually call today if you really needed help with something? If networking was just about exchanging contacts, which many of us have over 1,000 or more, LinkedIn would have solved this problem of collecting contacts. So please think about that. And with all of these contacts and connections that we get, now we're seeing something that I'd call community fatigue. So there are more communities than ever before, TechChill included, but we have Slack groups, LinkedIn communities, Discords, industry networks, WhatsApp groups. And instead of feeling more inspired and motivated, most people are reporting that now they're really overwhelmed and feeling very unenergized. So I would like to know, have we started overusing the word community? And what's the difference between an actual community and maybe just an audience?
Mm-hmm. It's a great question. In fact, the buzzword approach, it's always, every 3-4 years we have a new buzzwords. Then there is sustainability, then there is a community, and in anthropology we call it witchcraft spelling, because you are making magic with those words and signalizing that you are in the right room, you know the proper language, and then you say the community is very, very important. But what this really means, from the human nature in every community that we have, is one of the basic drivers is that within the group there is still some system where you feel seen, that you kind of matter. And it means that we have type of hierarchies in different societies, communities, tribes, but practically everywhere there are some moments when we are changing roles, shifting roles, doing so-called carnival stuff, when we can feel each other from other shoes. And the community is real, most probably, if you want to come back. That's a very good point. And if you don't want to go there, then most probably something is organized in a pretty bad way. But well, you have experience with ants, of course, and I'm passing the microphone back. What helps actually these days from the field perspective of yours for people to connect?
So something that we noticed, I don't know if it wasn't explained, sorry. So I work for 27 Names, which is a network of 27 event agencies located all throughout Europe. So I think we have learned a thing or two. And what we do internally for our events, we don't do traditional networking events anymore. We learned really early on that the way that people connect is through solving a problem together, a challenge, just experiencing something together. And I am here with a bunch of lovely talents who are here for a Talent X program. And we don't call it a networking opportunity for them, even though it is, because of course they're exchanging contacts. But they are really put to the test right away. We design things intentionally to sometimes be a bit awkward or out of the comfort zone, like right away we take away cell phones. They're not allowed. We call it a digital detox. We give them some drawing exercises or some experiments that they haven't done before, but we learned like, even if it's a bit uncomfortable at first, that bonds you faster. You think like, what the heck was that? But you lived through it together, and immediately you're closer, you're more willing to collaborate, and those are the bonds that we see that last the longest. But that's really hard to measure, isn't it? And so a company wanting to know if their networking event was a success might not be able to measure that. So how would you say we can measure what is a successful networking event? How is connection measured?
I would say why we need to measure connection. But of course, we live in a time when we need to measure like everything. That's a age of counting everything, in fact, because when we count, then we can make a mathematical assumption and then we rationalize that and say, yes, we need to invest here and there. A lot of it is behind the lines. And what is interesting that now we have a type of slogan considering within the science that bring humanity back. Like we had technology, we had Excel tables, we have Excel sheets. There's a lot of numbers now. Now we should bring back what we used to call irrational, because mainly decisions at the end of the day are totally unrational for the people. And if it would be so easy, then you could sell any product, just put it in Excel sheet. It's fine at the end of the time. They're streamed and a lot of money in the marketing, but at the end of the day, still the humans have this irrational part of them. With the amount of data on quantitative side, we should embrace how to measure irrationality of the people. And there is a very direct, methodology for that. Talk to end user. Be with the end user. Use the end user. Be yourself the end user. And this human experience, user experience, it's really on the renaissance moment now. Just for the money people here, it's very interesting that this humanity in the field is becoming a new elite project, because we're going to have, unfortunately, I believe it will be like this, 2 educational systems. One will be based on artificial intelligence, which teaches mass of people, and then there will be like in good old-fashioned days when Aristotle and Alexander of Macedonia were going near the beach and learning geometry and speaking about life. And that's already happens. You can buy today in Europe very expensive teachers who are just sitting with you face to face and learning and teaching you everything you need. And the mass, of course, that's AI, that's huge numbers, but bringing human back in the house, that's the big deal.
There we go. So that was my question to you, or to all of you, to think about, especially if you're on the side where you have to report results, possibly. Think about how we're measuring connection, and are we doing that in a way where it's actually built for transactions? You mentioned something about technology, so I wanted to get into that with you. Do you think that technology now has changed the way that we build relationships?
Well, definitely. Every technology changes us. If it's there to stick, it will change the way how we are grouping around that. The finest technology, fire. Wonderful. You have a fire, you can cook, you can burn your enemy, you can do wonderful things, make a village around the fireplace. And the same with the technology, of course. The main issue, what is this division? Can technology group you more together, or it pushes you out? And I will drop one very complicated term in this room, which is absolutely non-technical, which is called ostracism. Ostracism is when you push someone out of your society, like pushing out, exclusion. And people suffer from this enormously painfully. Basically, if you are looking on high depression rates, which are going up across the Western society, basically they are connected in some way that you are being pushed out from the community sense. And this is the father of sociology, Emile Durkheim, that described in the book on suicide a couple of 100 years ago, but it's like a manual for these day societies. If technology makes you alone, there will be more probably some issues. If it groups you together, it will be fine and good.
Yeah, for me, like when we're speaking about tech, of course, it's great and we need it. And I think that it can play a really powerful role. And we have to respect it. And like you said, it can ostracize people. But I think that it's great at helping people find each other. When you're going to a big event, I know that on your name tag, you can scan and there's an app that will help you. It will matchmake who you might want to meet. So it can help reduce the randomness. It can help you find people with your shared interests. But that's just the starting point, isn't it? Like the relationship doesn't form because you were told you're a match. It forms in the interactions between the people, and that part will always stay human. And it can enable us to stay in touch after we've met people, which is also really great. But it opens the door, but we can't really force the people to walk through it.
As a key, yeah.
Yes, so we think it's the bridge, but still, we're the ones that need to cross it. For our final thoughts, before we run out of time here, for anyone here that's really interested in building platforms or communities, what is one thing they should remember if they want to help people form real connection?
I believe there's a one, yeah, we can go to the slide, I believe. There's a one graphic from social anthropology I really admire. I always say I'm going to tattoo it on me, but I'm afraid of becoming old, so tattoo will fade away, or you lose the meaning. But one thing to do is this graphic shows that for those who we mark as our people, which is our purpose, to get our people, our tribe together, we use so-called general reciprocity, or we give something more than we are asking back, which is counterintuitive in a pure scale capitalism. Like everything should be symmetrical. I give you this, you give me that. But if we want to mark ourselves as our tribe, that we are together, the basic recommendation would be just give something more without waiting something back. Like more attention, more, I don't know, time, more focus, more resources, just help in the moment when there's no need, the people are not asking you to help, just help them. And all of those little details and activities, they bring other people closer to your house, to your tribe, and to your core.
I completely agree, and I really like this give more sentiment, because really you get what you give when it comes to networking. So look, we're 1 minute left, perfect timing. I would encourage any of you who are curious about this EEX, the European Experience Index that he referenced. It is pretty interesting because it's a dual perspective, client side, agency side report, and it reveals some pretty interesting tensions that I hope are just the beginning of sparking conversation on how we can build better experiences for everyone. And from both of us, we really encourage you all to give more, please.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Martin. Great.
I'll take it.
Excellent panel. Great conversation. I feel really inspired now to connect, to learn, and it's great. So, for the next speaker, we have a keynote presentation. Again, high growth startups, they prove the same point, that those who kind of use those emerging trends, those who look at those emerging trends and do really well, scale, grow, succeed. So in the world now, where AI kind of dominates the discussions, dominates innovation, allows you to iterate new ideas really fast, this session, the next speaker will try to challenge founders to think a little bit different, how to read signals, the data, what's to come. So I'm really excited.
Yes, so please welcome on stage the head of startups, Axel Taubert from Google. Give your warm welcome.
Round of applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm waiting for the music to finish. Hey, it's great to be at TechChill here in Riga. Thank you so much for having me. I'm ashamed to say it's my very first time here, but I promise it's not going to be my last. I want to talk about building what's next. Oh, okay. I want to talk about building what's next, how to get you from MVP to unicorn with the help of our platform. My name is Axel Taubert, and I'm the head of startups at Google Cloud for Northern Europe. My team is here to help you, founders mostly, to scale, build and scale on our platform with the help of technical expertise and also credits. So, before I tell you about how we do that and how you can benefit from our AI products, I want to talk about numbers and look at some stats. In criminal investigations, it's always a good idea to look at money, to follow the money. So let's look at money for a moment. So this is probably old news to you, but we've seen an immense increase in investments into AI. 2020, we were at $10 billion in Europe invested in AI startups. And that number has risen to all the way of 23.5 billion in 2025. And the share of money that goes into AI startups has risen from 20% to 35%. So that's great, right? That's pretty good. However, when you look at the US, I know we have a couple of people from the US here, we're just getting started, and we need to catch up fast. And we need all of your help, your founders, to catch up with the US. I work for an American company, but I'm based in Germany. I love Europe. And the US was where we at in 2018. So that's like 6 years ago. In 2025, $222 billion went into AI startups, making up 65% of total investments into startups. So that's a huge number. So we're a little bit behind, okay? We need to pick up. And you're already doing some of that work, because in the Baltics, even though you saw a slight slump, everyone did in 2023, 21, 22 were crazy. Investments have picked up last year to 600 million. So that's great after a significant decrease over the last couple of years. So Baltics are recovering, and more significantly, the number of investments as well as the total amount invested into AI startups has exploded. So that's amazing. We come from 8 million in 2023 to more than 200 million last year. So well done. And it's also the number of rounds has increased. So you're really investing in becoming an AI powerhouse. So I love that. Now, why is this all happening? Why is this happening so fast? I would say AI is one of these technologies that really shifts the economics and will have tremendous impact on how we build businesses and how we live together as a society. I think, though, there's three main reasons why AI has such a huge impact on startups. And these were former bottlenecks that are now gone. One being infrastructure in itself and the limits that you had in the past. Way back in the past, when I started my career, it was actual servers in the basement. You had to buy your own servers, maintain them. That was a prohibitive cost. And it was really, really expensive. Now, we solved most of that by offering services like AWS, our competitors, Azure, and Google Cloud. But still, you needed to provision servers, and it's just a lot of work just maintaining your infrastructure instead of focusing on your product. And with the help of AI, most of that is now gone. Data. Startups tend to collect loads of data, IoT startups, B2B startups, especially B2C startups, but making sense of that data is really hard. Used to be a lot of work, used to take forever. You can now do that with the help of AI, and it's speeding up things. And lastly, engineers were a bottleneck. They were scarce and expensive, and with vibe coding, everyone can build their first MVP. I'm not saying that we're going to completely displace or replace engineers, but we maybe need a little less of them, or they're not going to be as sparse as in the past. I think the latest stat that I saw is that 30% of the code at Google is now written by AI. Actually, fun fact, I had a lunch last week with an engineer, and I was asking him, hey, what are you currently working on? And he said, look, I just started anti-gravity before lunch, and it's coding what I need to deliver by the end of the day, and when I come back, I'll just review it and then submit it. I was like, wow, that's pretty amazing. So these three bottlenecks, I think, we have solved for, and therefore there's a new unicorn formula. It's basically half the team and quarter of the time that startups need to become a unicorn. And that's based on actual data. So before AI, the median number of employees was roughly 400 in Europe to become a unicorn, and it took 9 years. Sorry, I'm in front of the numbers here. 9 years. That has significantly decreased to 200 employees and 2 years on average. I'm not saying everyone is going to become a unicorn in 2 years, but on average. So, and founders are really moving beyond traditional stacks. They're using AI first to build their startups, and that's why everything is happening so fast. That also means that your competitors are faster than they used to be. That means you need to be faster than maybe in the past when you started your first or second startup and now you're thinking about your third, okay? Everything is happening much faster. And I would argue, and this is the only part of my sales pitch here really, Google is in a very unique position to help you because we have a completely vertically integrated stack. We have our own silicon. We started developing TPUs years back. They're much more efficient, they're cheaper, so I encourage you to look at TPUs instead of GPUs because those are scarce even for us. We have our own data centers, we have them globally, we're building new ones. I just learned we're building new ones in Arkansas, amazing. So yes, we need a lot of compute power and you can use that. We have our own network, like literally our own cable through the Atlantic, Pacific. So it's fully integrated and it's built to scale. It's the same data centers we use for YouTube, and Gmail, and search. So they were always built with billions of users in mind. We have a unified Vertex AI stack, and I'm going to talk about that in a second, so I'll skip over that. And we have our own models. So if you don't want to build your own models, which is expensive, you can use ours, or you can use our pre-trained models to just then build on top of that, use your own data to make them even better and fit your use case. And last but not least, that creates a significant economic moat because no one is fully vertically integrated, no one has their own TPUs, and I can tell you, no one can offer you better unit economics when it comes to tokens. By the way, Gemini 3, anyone used Gemini 3 or 3.1 before? It was completely trained with TPUs. We did not use any GPUs to train that model. So that shows you the power of our TPUs. Okay, but back to you and back to founders. I brought an example, I'm sorry it's a German one. Medwing is a medical platform for recruiting doctors and medical personnel, and they have integrated our AI products in their solution, and it's really working well for them. Now, I would say these are the three main components that will help you come from MVP to unicorn, or even to MVP first and then to unicorn. It's the Vertex AI, a unified ML platform for building, deploying, and scaling machine learning models. And it's literally by one click. You build something, you deploy it on Cloud Run, it will automatically scale from 0 to 100, thousands, millions of instances, and it will scale down to 0 again if you don't need it. So no costs on Cloud Run if you're not using it. And then there's tools like Gemini and anti-gravity, especially anti-gravity, I think it's a very strong tool, and we haven't really talked about it a great deal, so I want to show you a video later on that. Now, when it comes to Vertex AI, what is that actually? It's in our console, you can log into Vertex AI. It's an end-to-end machine learning stack with many high-quality pre-trained models that you can adapt with minimal effort with your own data. And, oh, fun fact. Anyone used AutoMail before? Does anyone know the product? AutoMail is the reason why I'm at Google Cloud. I've been with Google for 15 years, and I should actually say graffiti is the reason why I'm with Google Cloud. I have a friend who's a graffiti artist, and in 2017, we discussed whether AI would be able to identify graffiti artists just by taking a picture. And you might think, oh, that's boring. I mean, obviously that's going to work, but we're talking 2017. So I didn't know whether it was going to work because back then I was still at YouTube. So I went to my colleagues and we bet on, it was a hefty bet for a very expensive bottle of whiskey. So I went to my colleagues at Google Cloud, desperate to get help. And they said, look, we have this new pre-trained model, AutoML. You can just use data to enrich it. And I said, okay, what do I need to do? We need pictures and you need to label them. You need to scrub Instagram. And that's what I did. So I downloaded a lot of pictures, labeled them. We had AutoML train overnight, and it was spot on in 98% of the cases. So there's other models for medical use cases and very specialized use cases that you can enrich with your own data and make them work. And I want to mention the last point, our model garden. You don't need to use our own models. We have all the existing models out there from Anthropic and Claude to even Flux from Black Forest Labs. So all open source models and models that cost you, you can also use and buy off the model garden. So we're not limiting you to our models. We don't want to lock in on our models. And if you don't believe me, believe other founders. Ask UI is another good example of using Vertex AI and scaling with Cloud Run. So Cloud Run is a product that really takes you from zero to hero in no time. So I want to show a little anti-gravity video. I hope that's going to work. Someone's shaking his head. That's not a good sign. It's not going to work. Okay. Now let me tell you about anti-gravity, and it's the best way I can without being an engineer. It's not just a vibe coding platform. It is a vibe coding platform, but it gives you much more control. You can look at the code, just annotate the code and tell them, oh, I would really like to change this. And then Gemini will come in and make a suggestion on how to change it. Again, our own engineers are using it to build Google products. So I have to believe it's good, because otherwise we'll have a problem at some stage. Also, anti-gravity is a tool that you can just log into and use without needing to train. It's super easy. Even I, in a small hackathon, built a product with it. So it's really easy to build your first MVP with anti-gravity, build a website with anti-gravity, and get started. So you have to believe me on this without seeing the video. Now, all this has led to a significant increase in development speed. We saw, with traditional development, we saw startups take up to 6 months, or on average 6 months, to get to MVP, to really have their first minimum viable product. Now, we see on average it only takes 2 months with all these tools, and not just our tools. I know there's other tools like Cursor or Lovable, amazing story from Europe, so I love it. So you can really benefit from using AI in developing your products, and you should, because all your competitors are. So don't feel good about yourself releasing your MVP or testing your MVP after 2 or 3 months, because everyone else is there as well, okay? Maybe you should get it down to 1 month with the help of AI tools. But this is really why everything is accelerating, why everything is happening so fast. Now, lastly, I want to mention our credit program. And you might be at different stages in the startup lifecycle and journey. It begins here, you're bootstrapped, you might want to play around with our platform. Everyone gets $2,000 credits, no questions asked. You just need a website just to play around with it. I know 2K doesn't take you very long, very far, but it's a start. Then we have an ecosystem tier. which we don't usually advertise, at least not on our website. It's when you are part of an incubator accelerator that is working with us. This morning I had a wonderful tour at Startup House here in Riga. They are not a partner yet, but we're working on it. So in case you're associated with an incubator accelerator, you will get $25,000 in credits, also no questions asked, and no funding needed. Then later in the scale-up phase, if you've gotten a VC investment or an investment from an angel, you are eligible for more credits that you can then use on our products. And afterwards, my friends and colleagues from a different team will help you find a commercial agreement when your credits are spent that is still favorable, and hopefully you will then continue using our platform. My team works this space. So whenever you are in your journey over here, reach out to me. I'm happy to help. And if you haven't done so, you can apply for the startup program now or later. You just Google it. You will find it on the web. It's all there. It's all very transparent. All you need to do is apply, submit your application, and we will look at it. So with that, I want to end my little presentation and thank you very much for listening, staying here. It's great to be at TechChill. I'm looking forward to coming back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Axel, excellent pitch. So much good data. I love that. That's so much good data. We have a lot of good data, a lot about AI. Excellent. Very, very relevant. So.
Yes, you're looking at me to say something. What's next? Absolutely.
Yes.
So we're going to be talking about something that is very serious and I think very close to everyone's hearts and everyone's homes right now. As we know, defense tech is a very hot topic. Unfortunately, probably for the wrong reasons, considering what is happening in the world. And naturally, the Baltics at the forefront, trying to solve the issues, the ones that we have. We're very lucky today to have two startup superstars, one from Latvia, one from Estonia, and also we do have an investor. And they will shed some light on the defense tech industry as well as what is happening and what we can expect in the coming years to follow.
So first on the stage, I'd like to welcome Jekaterina Bitus, Innovation Strategist at Rocket. Please, a round of applause, everyone. So, second, I want to welcome on the stage Kadi Ingrid Lillis, who is a partner at Iron Wolf Capital. I want to welcome on the stage also Elvinas Cooks, who is CEO and co-founder at Luna Robotics, one of the startups here today from defense.
From Lithuania.
From Lithuania, thank you. And last but not least, I want to welcome a Latvian defense tech startup superstar, Agris Tipus, who is here, from co-founder and CEO of Origin Robotics.
All right. Thank you so much for warm introduction, and I think we owe a round of applause for the TechChill team for those amazing these 3 days, right? So thank you so much. That was a great event, and thank you for bringing such strong community here in Riga. Yeah, before we start, just in the backstage, we were talking that for a while startups were building more in the area of, or they were building for efficiency, for customer experience, for fun, right, for sales. And now more and more founders are thinking about building something for defense, for resilience, for security, and sometimes even for survival. And especially in Baltics, this is visible, I would say. So this panel will be about defense, innovation, and dual-use technologies. And I think it's great to have here Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia. And let's start with a warm-up round and tell the audience what are you working on right now. So I would like to start with Agris.
Hello. Yes, Agris, Origin Robotics. We build autonomous systems to take care of targets on ground and in air. So yeah, those are weapon systems that the company
has designed and deployed across now many NATO countries across Europe.
Thank you. Elvini, join the line.
Yeah, so hi everyone, a very short introduction. So I'm from Lunar Robotics and we're doing night vision cameras for FPV kamikaze drones. And soon we will come up with some new cameras for all the other unmanned vehicles.
Karin, what is now on your table?
Yes, thank you for the warm welcome. My name is Kari. I'm a partner at Iron Wolf Capital. We're a Baltic-born deep tech AI and defense security resilience investor, predominantly investing in early stages of the company's growth and currently very actively looking at the market indeed, as we have just launched a new fund about a year ago and have since made 9 investments, 7 of which are in the defense security resilience vertical, so very strong focus for us now.
Thank you. And just the following up question, what makes the defense or do startup investable in your eyes?
I think maybe coming back to your point that why we're seeing a significant growth in startups being built in these sectors is that many founders are feeling spoken to by the mission, the larger mission and impact behind it. As an investor, I have observed a very similar kind of trend, let's call it like that. A few years ago, of course, when we were in the midst of the global pandemic, and the top talent in the startup ecosystem, no matter what vertical they had previously been building in, they felt this call into health tech. At the time I was working in Germany, where the health tech system was very kind of bureaucratic and paper-based, and founders really felt the strong need to let's come into this vertical, digitalize and innovate this. And I feel that founders across the Baltic states are now feeling the similar call, that even if their experiences have been in different verticals previously, that they want to be building here. So definitely we see this convergence of top talent in the defense security resilience vertical, which is very exciting for us as investors to see. That really is first and foremost.
Thank you. And you guys, how do you, from your perspective as startups who are already working, and Elvin, you already have raised for your startup. So what are those like key points for getting investment in this area? How do you think? And or you can just talk about your own experience, you know.
I think the raising the round last year wasn't that difficult. You know, not only startup founders see the threats and the need for defense startups. I think the investors share the same view that it's important and it's needed. So I don't know honestly nothing bad to say about raising for defense startups.
Yeah, nothing bad, but maybe something good. Is it easier?
Well, I don't know. I've always considered money to be a commodity. I think if you truly build something that solves a problem that someone has, if you build up that traction, and money is there to be raised. Defense tech these days, we have enough funds, enough capital available. I think it comes down to building traction, doing it early. I think that's the hardest one in this industry. Selling is still immensely difficult, especially when you go and try to start working in foreign markets. It's an industry that still is very nationalistic. Everyone wants to have their own local champions. Everyone wants to be proud of their local industry and rely in terms of defense capabilities on a local supplier. So for any foreign company to go in a foreign market and sell successfully, it's always a challenge, especially for startups. So I think that's the hardest, and if you are able to succeed at that, money is there to be raised. I don't consider that as a big obstacle.
Okay, good. Thank you very much for talking about it. And can we add the angle of dual use, where the name of the panel tells that this is something which is, we say, mandatory to get investment. Is it so? Is it true? Or is it a myth? I don't know. Is it a risky thing to invest to strictly defense field what will we do when the war will end? So I hope it will end soon. So let's elaborate a bit on that from startup and investor perspective. So maybe who would like to be first?
I can go
Yeah.
first.
Okay.
Yeah, there are some funds that can only invest in dual use. But I think when you're a startup starting a new company, right? It is also risk management as well. Doing a product that you could also sell to in a civilian market as well. But yeah.
Perhaps adding from an investor perspective, I think as investors we definitely look at it case by case. That is the strategy that the startup is putting out there, does that make sense for them? Of course, if we're looking at teams that have very strong, reasonable, kind of backed up military backgrounds, that really justifies why they are going single use and then solely defense focused. We do have startups like that in our portfolio as well. We have made defense-only investments. Then absolutely, we're happy to do these investments too. But for many and most, particularly, of course, the ones who lack perhaps exposure and experience in the military or defense scene themselves, it does work, as Elvinos was pointing out, as a good strategy to balance out the long sales cycles that you typically experience in the B2G sales and selling to MODs or foreign defense forces. So really case by case, look at what your own network, your experience as a founder that does a dual use case make more sense for you, or to have a justified experience to just go for defense only.
Thank you, Agris. I see you are raising the mic.
Well, everyone has to contribute, so I'll try to contribute.
Perfect.
So, now I think Europe has learned its lessons. I think we've been under-investing in defense industry in Europe for decades. We are so far from where we would like to be in terms of our own ability to defend us. The capabilities that Europe can develop, produce, and deliver in time in sufficient quantities are still very far from where we want it to be. So we've learned the lessons, and we will need a decade, if not two, to get to a point where we can say that we are actually able to defend ourselves, and that we are not fully dependent and reliant on defense capabilities provided to us by US and by Israel and other allies. So we are too far back, and then nothing's gonna change in terms of the war ending. We all wanted that madness to end as soon as possible, but I think there will be enough money to be made and enough capabilities to be built for at least the next decade.
Can we talk numbers? Kadi, I heard that you have some insights. Let's check on how big is the ecosystem, and maybe you have some numbers, how big are investments in this area?
Good question. Of course, full disclaimer that particularly in the defense security resilience space, startups are rather stealthy and secretive, so it's a tricky exercise to definitely try and count them as fully as possible. In this upcoming Baltic Deep Tech Report 2025 that us and a few partners have been working on, we map a total of 6,900 startups across the Baltics overall, and 271 across the Baltics in defense security and resilience, so both single and dual use startups. And in terms of publicly announced funding, a little over 15% of the total funding raised. Total funding was 662 million euros. Last year, a little over 100 million was raised in the defense security resilience space, with largest funding going to cybersecurity and robotics. So these have been kind of the largest maturing verticals, let's call it like that. And in terms of dual use, we definitely see a strong emergence of energy as well. So energy, security, and robotics are kind of the driving verticals in defense across the Baltics, is what we're seeing from data.
Very interesting, and we are impatiently waiting when it will be published. It will be published soon, right?
April 15th.
April 15. Okay, mark the date on your calendar and follow Iron Wolf. Yeah, I think that I have heard. That there were complaints that, like in Europe, is sometimes more talking than doing. That the investments are really like not comfortable yet in this area as they could be. And what is like your perspective? Because of course in Baltics we have here everything very close to the line to our border. So I hear rhetorics from time to time that we are like next in line to be attacked. So it's very important for us. But what about the rest of Europe? How do you think? I don't know, Elvini, you have been in Brussels lately. What are the what are the vibes there?
So yeah, I was in the EDF Info Days, so European Defense Fund days, right? I told you about that 10 or 20 startups we had this opportunity to pitch to investors, and the room was quite empty. When investors were on the stage for a panel discussion, the room, the hall was filled with people, and then when the startups took the stage, I think there were like 5 people in the room. So it was quite funny. I think with the investments, it depends on the country. It's country by country based, probably, right? Spain is more still investing in fighting climate change, so they're investing in green tech more than they're investing in defense. But it kind of makes sense at the same time. So yeah.
Well, there is that saying, right? You stand where you sit. So with defense, I think it applies very well. So in this region, we obviously have border with those 2 neighbors, and therefore our governments truly feel the urgency. And when it comes to defense tech, when you start building very advanced systems, it's impossible to build these systems without the governments being directly involved. A lot of the stuff you cannot really test on your own. You need access to military test ranges. You need access to very specific equipment, and that is accessible to us in Latvia, as an example, because the government feels the urgency. They understand the need. But then if you are somewhere in Portugal, I'm not picking on Portugal. It's kind of the furthest I was able to think of. But if you are, in those countries, I don't think that you have a government that is as willing to work with the industry as you have in this region. And therefore, I think this region for defense startups can truly become a hub because we have those governments that truly understand the importance of working together with industry. And our government does it very, very well, and it does help a lot.
And maybe to add from an investor perspective here as well, that the government really understands the urgency and opportunity, not only when it comes to practically the testing and giving an opportunity for startups to collaborate and test together with the defense forces and MOD, but also when it comes to funding funds, so governmental LPs, limited partners. In Estonia's case, it's an organization called SmartCap, and they have a dedicated 100 million euro fund where they're making investments both into defense-oriented funds and particularly into funds that don't have any exclusions, meaning that they have to be funds that are able to invest in ammunitions as well, for example, weapons and ammunitions, as well as direct investments into defense single-use startups.
And I think they even said that they will not make an investment in a fund which is unwilling to do an investment in military tech, not dual use, but specifically in companies that build arms. So I think SmartCap specifically said that they are not going to invest in funds, which don't feel like they can do military investments, and that is great. That's a good example.
Yeah, thank you. It's very interesting, to get deeper and deeper into the topic. And the deeper you go, it seems that the less things you know. how do you think, what is something that the ecosystem or people, I don't know, just in who are working not in defense space, so what do they misunderstood about this building area?
Well, I come from from a consumer tech space, right? So my previous company, we were in consumer ornament systems. So I think for me, actually, I find this industry being extremely similar to what I did before. I think that there are more similarities than there are differences. I think that in terms of working in this industry, it's just so much more rewarding because you have a customer, the end user, that really, really wants you to do well. So they really, really want you to be successful. And then when you are actually getting there, when you are actually fulfilling on your promises and you deliver something that they hoped you can deliver, the amount of just sense of gratitude, accomplishment that you get out of it is totally worth the hours that we invest as a team. And I think that is one thing that you wish in life, right? You want to do something that people appreciate, something that has meaning, and in defense, you have that at the fullest. So I think that in terms of building, it's a lot like building for any other industry. It's just that it has very substantial implications on us as a society.
Elvini, anything to add?
Yeah, I totally agree with everything that was just said. You're not, everything you're doing, it's not only for the profit, just increasing the value of your startup or profitability. Yeah, as you mentioned, like you can actually make a big impact, especially now.
And and this leads me to the question, what kind of founder is the best fit for the defense startup? I know that Elvini, you have served in the army, for example, and you are in this shooters association at the moment, so you are quite close to what you are doing and to the military. So, how do you think is this founder is more like should be the idealist, the engineer or operator, opportunist? I don't know. Think about your teams and yourself.
I think personally the best duo is two founders, right? A technical guy and the guy who gets on stage and talks about what they're doing. Introvert and extrovert, right? The military experience, of course, definitely helps. Not only with the connections that you still have, you still have people that you serve with, so you can go and test your product in real conditions, right? In training, of course. But it also, it gives you the understanding of how your product will be handled. It has to be very simple. Anyone could use it, and very hard to break, most importantly.
Yes, I agree that it's probably, the two founders team, a techie, someone who can go really deep into weeds. But then the other founder is probably someone who understands relationship, knows how to build relationship, understands what building reputation means, how you build it, how you not lose it along the way. I think this industry does rely a lot still on relationship, and that you need to do really, really well. So I think that combo, if I had to invest, I would look for those characteristics in a founder team.
Kari, anything to add from
as an investor, I can only listen and take notes. I think it's very valuable to also have a founder perspective. into what, in your opinion, as also Defense and Dual Use founders, makes another great founder. I think I was just thinking more about keywords, the tough as nails and a proper honey badger. They really have to be very, very determined and understand really the specificity of the space, the sensitivity. We made a recent investment into a Ukrainian British defense tech company, which for me personally taught also a lot really about the security around and the secrecy also when you're building a company. The company is called U-Force. It's a continuous learning cycle for me as well as to what makes a great founder and what makes a good investor, of course, in this space as well.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to listen, guys, to you. And I'm always taking notes. Yeah, I'm as well taking notes. So we have entered the last 10 minutes of our discussion, and I have prepared this wrapping question for all of you. If we meet again in 5 years, what would need to happen for you to say, yes, the Baltics really have stepped up in the defense innovation?
All current defense startups in the Baltic states have become primes. Prime contractors, large companies, successful companies. And of course, I hope all of us will be supplying our own militaries with our products as well.
I definitely would say that based on the data that is already there, that this ecosystem is really coming up so strongly and so quickly, that we have, as Agris was pointing out, all the makings of the Baltics to become a very meaningful defense tech hub in the world context, to be totally fair. So I think we all just have to be strong and motivated enough to seize the opportunity. That means more funds raised for funds, of course. So government and limited partners, fund investors need to kind of step up their confidence in making these investments, particularly also in single-use funds and technologies. The government support overall, of course, to also pick up further. So just scaling, I think, just really pushing on the gas pedal now and really embracing the momentum. Once again, as Agris pointed out, ecosystems like Israel, I think, have understood this cycle very well and how to build this. And I think we have quite a few things to learn from them and from Ukraine.
Yeah, we probably can't win every product category, but the category in which I think we can be the best in Europe is unmanned systems. So in 5 years, I would like this to be said on every stage across Europe, that Baltics is leading in unmanned systems. It's currently, I think, between us, maybe Germany, maybe UK. So we have to do better than the startups in those countries, and then it's going to happen. So that's probably something that I wish for. Yeah.
Thank you. This gives a lot of optimism, at least to me. And the final question, in one sentence, what gives you the most optimism right now? What is your fuel? What is feeding you guys for working and building in the area?
Well, I go to work, and what I see every day there, I see now 100 young engineers that love their day-to-day. So when you see people enjoying their day-to-day and you realize that it was you who started it, that's a lot. That's a lot. That gives you lots of positivity and lots of motivation to keep going.
Thank you.
I personally think it's a boy's dream to work in a defense startup. So I'm happy every day to be doing this, what I'm doing now.
maybe to bring in diversity as well as a woman. It's also, of course, interesting and impactful. And I'm seeing great female defense tech founders also in the audience. So breaking the walls and stereotypes here. But a point definitely to reiterate from earlier is, as an investor, I'm very inspired by the talent. The sheer talent and motivation that I see among the founders in the Baltics, and that really brings me a lot of optimism.
Thank you. And I think what stands out from this conversation is really we have fantastic founders, we have great investors, and defense and dual use is not anymore a niche, right? So it's something which is the core of our ecosystem and becomes more and more cornerstone. And before we close, if this topic resonates to you, dear audience, so we will continue this conversation this year in Palanga, in Lithuania, this summer, at the Resilience Bootcamp in Palanga. We will bring together investors, founders, and the people who are hands-on building and the innovation, starting from cybersecurity and ending defense innovation and dual use. So if you're building in this area, or you are thinking, or you were inspired by our panel to step into it, so after the panel, catch up with me, and I would be happy to connect. So one more time, thank you so much. I think you deserved a round of applause. We are wishing best of luck to you, dear startups, in what you are doing. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for doing this for all of us. And Kadi, best of luck in finding the startups, many startups to invest and to prosper together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you. What an excellent panel discussion. I think the most relevant topic right now. We're very excited. Thank you for very interesting insight. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we're now fast approaching the last panel discussion on the stage today. So the title of the panel is Early Stage Survival. So I'm also the CEO of Latvian Startup Association. So whenever I'm not an MC, I lead the Latvian National Startup Association. So early stage survival for startups is actually very critical topic. From our preliminary data, we see that 3 out of 100 startups go reach Series A. So if you think about it, it's 3 out of 100 actually reach Series A. So that's a very small percentage. Most of them die before reaching Series A. So early stage financing is absolutely crucial. So this panel will be an excellent opportunity to hear more about how EU financing can help that, what we can maybe do nationally to foster that, and how we can extend the runway, how we can produce more startups and foster the next wave of startups.
Yes, so I would like to invite on stage our wonderful panelists, and I want to apologize for butchering anyone's name straight away as a Lithuanian, so apologies for that. But please give a round welcome to the moderator, Yeva Treya, PR and Comms Manager at Unilab Defense. Next we have Ingus Augustkalns, CEO of Bit the Storm. I hope that was okay.
Yeah, round of applause.
Then we have Anja Emerson, CEO and co-founder of P Agro Minerals.
Round of applause for Anja. Thank you.
And last but most definitely not least, Yeva Jagere, Director of LIA.
Round of applause. Thank you.
Well, good evening. As I see, we have a lot of survivors here. It is second day of TechChill, second part of the day, and everybody's a bit tired. And I believe that most of you are already with the one foot in the party this tonight, and that's fine. But we have a quite serious topic to discuss about survival on early stage. But I will do my best to make it as light as possible. And of course, if we talk about EU funding, It is sometimes associated with something bureaucratic, complicated. The whole process is like really a real struggle. But as Robert said, this is a life of entrepreneur, and we have to survive. And yes, for many of us, EU funding was crucial to survive, and a lot of companies still exist because of it. And about EU funding in early stage, we will have a discussion here. We have two entrepreneurs who have used a lot of EU funding, and we have Latvian Investment and Development Agency, General Director, organization that gives money and hopefully also listens to companies and entrepreneurs what do they really need. So I would like first give a word to both company representatives. You can correct your names also if something was said incorrectly, but can you tell a bit about your company and the status of the product that you are currently in?
Yeah, then I will start. Hi everyone. So I'm CEO and co-founder of company Piagro Minerals. What we do is we are developing a filtration system for phosphorus removal from wastewater, and we are bringing this phosphorus back as a fertilizer product for agricultural use. So while phosphorus is a major pollutant in wastewater and companies pay penalties struggling to remove it, actually phosphorus is very critical part of fertilizer production. And yeah, the main importers in Europe are from China, from Russia, Morocco, and countries like that. So it's a big problem. We are early stage. We are a deep tech company. And our technology is based on the heavy topics like chemistry and material science. So yeah, we have been very good friends with EU money and national support as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Ingus, what's your story?
Yep, we create products for people to feel alive. We create wind tunnels, horizontal wind tunnels that goes up to category 2 hurricane, and it's for primarily for entertainment and also for education, and dual use also for training. And yeah, for us, LIA support, and I'm the big fan of LIA incubators. We are part of LIA Jurmala incubator, and for us it was crucial, this support in early stage. And there are two things, like one is this just a moral support, because like it's a long way to go, and of course every single help and support is very important. The second, for us, it made possible, LIA support made it possible for us to bootstrap this product. And yeah, maybe somebody says, of course, you need to invest some time to prepare all the paperwork and etc. But also to get an investor and to work with him, it also takes your time. So in the end, we have the support. And we didn't give any. We didn't need it to give any shares to investors. So this was our story.
So I would like to pay your attention that there are two different companies. One is deep tech and one is creative industry. And yeah, but the question to you, so these two young entrepreneurs come to LIA. Ingus already mentioned the incubation program, but what LIA can offer them?
Well, thank you for such a good words about our services. What can we provide to companies? Yes, so once you get into incubation program, actually now we do have open call till 31st of March when you can apply for the new round. So each year we have 2 open calls, and yeah, we will choose 87 companies. that will be promoted on this business incubation program. What you can get there? So there you have access to non-financial support, which is mentorship, seminars, access to network channels, different databases, everything. Yeah. So community, you are there in the community already. The second, you get financial support, which is up to 70% intensity for product development, administrative costs, purchase of raw materials, marketing campaigns. So different kind of activities we are financing, and there it's in 3 years. The maximum you can get from this program is 300,000.
Mm-hmm. This is so. What is the most important thing for the early stage startup? Like we are all looking for money, and we are thinking, oh, we'll get this amount and this amount of money. But what really matters? Probably there are a lot more important things.
It depends. In our case, we had a background of the industry and we knew what to do. And for us, was the most important was the money. And this, like, there are so many myths about support. For example, in incubators, I just like 20 minutes ago spoke with one friend who said, yeah, I said like incubator is a great instrument to have this support, and he said, yeah, but there is a limit of that it limits you to 10,000 euros to purchase some kind of service that you need. I said, no, that's totally not true. First of all, it's 20 plus VAT, and like also like there is this is for one service, and you might like there is a lot of cases where the thing you need is logically divided in many steps, and you can outsource it to the different partners or to the same. So for me, I believe next year we will reach the limit of de minimis. We will be close to those 300,000 euro support, and by having this support, we are also very motivated to give it back to the country. And right now we have like 3.8 million of export of our product, and like we proudly give it back, and so it's beneficial for both sides.
Okay, what's important for a deep tech startup?
I would say I can't emphasize enough that funding is really very important. Yeah, the companies that are innovative companies are unique companies. In order to get to the first client, even first validation by the client, first a semi-paid pilot with the client, we need to invest a lot, thousands of hours, in some cases many years in research and development. Emphasis on the research part. It means to pay for an hours of researchers, innovators, engineers. Our example is last year we finished our filter prototype that is already out of the lab. And we worked together with the municipal partner, municipal wastewater treatment plant, where we tested at their site our very small filtration system. At the moment, that system could operate with around 10 cubic meters per day. But imagine, for a very small treatment plant, the capacity of operation, I mean water that flows through that needs to be purified, it's up to 300 cubic meters per day. So there's a big difference where we are at and what we need to build. And this takes a lot of stages. This year, also thanks to LIA Incubator, that also supports our R&D, we are building a bigger filtration system that will be able to operate and purify not anymore 10 cubic meters per day, but 50 cubic meters per day. And then we are growing, so we can go to the stage that we are meeting with the future client and saying, here is our prototype, let's validate it together. And in order to do that, we need to bring it to a certain level. We need to test it, we need to optimize it to the needs of the industry. And it could take, if you start from point zero, that it could take even many years to get to this point. So the funding is very important. Of course, deep tech companies also are different. They are startups that can come from corporate or company internal innovations, then they're supported by the mother company. It can come from universities, then it can be supported by PhD research or research funding that also comes from, for example, Latvian state. But if in our case, we are not a spin-off. So we are not connected to any big company or any university. So we need to find our resources for this research and development stage. So we can build our prototype to the level that we can bring it to the first client, validate together, and start sales. But until that, funding is extremely important.
Okay, so you haven't mentioned all those good things that incubation can provide, and entrepreneurs said that, yes, this is what we need. Very good. There was a mention, but there are limitations regarding the funding. What is de minimis? It is a limit that you can get in some period of time, right?
Yeah, this is for the time within 3 years. Yeah, and it's set by EU, since this funding comes from EU funds. Therefore, this limit is for all European Union countries. This is not set by our government, yes? This is for all startup companies in other states, the same. So 300,000, this is the limit for everyone. Willing to get this financing for startup building.
Okay, but there are programs outside incubation. How do you look at them? Is it easy to find them? And is it something you think, oh, it's so difficult and it's hard, but we will try? Or is it, oh, it's easy money, I will apply, write the project, and everything will work? What's your attitude?
Well, in our case, if we look, for example, on national level, there are programs. There are some LIA smaller grants we have used for R&D. In our case, the problem is that I personally, as I'm responsible for funding, I see that there are opportunities where it's written that this program is for innovations and development and research, but because of the specifics, what is our innovative company, the early stage, pre-funding, not pre-funding, but pre-revenue, not funded by companies or other universities. It's hard to get the money from some programs just because, for example, we can't provide 30% co-funding. That needs to be a private co-funding. And if we do not have yet sales, there is no place we can, from where we can provide this co-funding. Another big struggle is it's also related to the incubator program. We see that we could use it more. But for example, you need to have a really healthy cash flow in your bank account. So first you invest, and then if you do everything good as promised, you get the money back. But first you need to invest, and then it can take up to few months to get this investment back. And that's also like few months in our world is a lot of time. These are the struggles we have noticed. What we really love is the example of cascade funding that is available. directly from European Union. We have been a part of 2 programs that are like Horizon supported big projects, and whose aim is to support smaller companies like ours to support the innovation and R&D. So these are these cascade grants that we are really looking forward and also always applying if it fits our needs and our topics, where the funding, like operators, they trust the companies they have selected through very competitive selection process, and together with them, we set certain KPIs that we need to reach. We promise what we will do. They trust us, and this cascade funding, in a lot of cases, are paid out by this lump sum. So they give you money, you do reach your KPIs, and you spend the money like you need. You spend it as you need at the certain moment.
Okay.
So that is what we are always looking for.
Ingus, have you tried anything else in terms of EU funding?
Yeah. First of all, I would need to emphasize, yeah, it works when you have the private money to cover those 30 or 50%, and either you have the cash flow from the company. So if you don't have it, I know that there are some companies in the incubator that cannot use this as much as they could. So you need to have this money. Other things that works very well are vouchers. Innovation vouchers and also support. We used also to register the trademark, to patent our product. But I would say for patent, the support might be and should be better, because like the money that, for example, I don't know, I'm just saying by heart, so it's around, I don't know, 50,000 euros we already invested to have like a patent registered everywhere, because then it comes all those questions from different states where you should have a comments, and this only patent lawyers can do that, and each time it's like 2,000, and you don't have support for that. And I know that our country is struggling way behind in patenting things, because and that changed valuation of your company a lot. This is one thing. The other thing that there is way to improve is marketing and sales. If I look back, like we have from LIA, we have support around 230,000 we have used from LIA incubator, and I would say around 10% of that sum is for sales and marketing. But actually, to be successful, half of the effort, and sometimes even more, is on sales. And sales is like sometimes like a fishing. You should go somewhere to try something, like in one place in the river, and maybe you need to go to the lake, yeah, or maybe and maybe you should change the tool. So, and to experiment, like. In reality, there are programs where you have support. It says like 60 to 80% of support, but in reality, when we go to exhibitions, the real because it doesn't have co-funding for travel tickets, for hotels, for transporting your exhibition stand, and etc. So in reality, this support goes down to 25% in reality. So there is a big place for improvement, and I think, but probably this is an EU level. If we take a look how much EU money is spent on developing products and selling products, and taking into account that we don't have this tradition of like big culture of sales, yeah, we know how to build things here, but because of Soviet Union, we didn't need to train sales. So this is like place for improvement.
And what are the plans for the Latvian Investment and Development Agency? What future programs? What something for the future for early stage companies? What are your plans?
Yeah, we will definitely we will continue these programs, which are now open since the planning period, which is according to the EU, ends in 2027 actually, but it will be prolonged till 2029 most probably, and then the new programs will come. We don't know the certain conditions what will be there, but definitely there will be financing and funding and for the grants for the startup companies. Another thing, of course, they are building and creating more programs for the startup funding, also on EU level. So program for all startups in any EU country that can apply at one point at the EU level.
So the incubation will be till the 2029.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we have all good opportunities to apply still, and yes, it depends on, as you heard, it depends on the industry. Where are you in? There are a lot of different needs, but actually, if you are looking around, then there is always an opportunity, and LIA provides them a lot of different instruments are around, so it just takes courage and also a willingness to really continue your company and build your product. So good luck with that, and thank you for listening.
A couple of selfies maybe.
Thank you so much. So we're final. The final panel has concluded on this stage. So we will actually we have actually concluding this stage. So and we'll invite you all to join to 4 p.m.
No one is wearing headphones anymore, so no one is listening
no one's
to
listening.
us.
So round of applause for those who still have headphones, for our co-host JJ. Today, amazing.
Thank you so much for being my co-host and a co-founder.
Co-founder. We are raising, by the way. So
also, please stay. There will be a battle of finalists at 4 o'clock on the founder stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.